Hello and welcome to BW Business World. My name is Tarannu Manjur and I'm an assistant editor with BW Business World. And yesterday, in fact, when the union budget was announced by the finance minister, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman, we saw a lot of different experts from various sectors dissecting and talking and discussing about the budget with my experienced colleagues from BW Business World. They were from the field of agriculture, from the CFOs, and from energy sector and from the technology sector. And continuing with that today, in fact, we are starting off with our panel discussions for the day with my colleague Kishan Singh, who's from BW Retail World, and we'll be discussing about the retail sector, that how from policy to consumption the retail budget's scorecard has been. With me, in fact, I would like to welcome all the panelists who have come today with us, with those who have joined us for the panel discussion. And I have with me Mr. Mayank Shah, who is the Vice President for Parle Products. Welcome, sir.
Pleasure to be on the show.
Thank you. And I have with me Mr. Ankit Virmani from SK Beauty. Welcome, Mr. Virmani. He's the director.
My pleasure. Thank you. My pleasure.
Thank you. And also I have with me Mr. Naveen Malpani, partner, consumer and retail industry leader, Grant Thornton Bharat. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. My pleasure to be on the show.
Yeah. And just beginning, in fact, with this, I would first like to take a common question with all the panelists here. My first question would be to, in fact, starting off with Mr. Shah, in fact. Sir, what is your initial take on the budget, especially from the retail and the consumer sector lens? And also, which single announcement do you think will most directly influence consumer demand in the next 6 to 12 months?
See, I have to sum up. If I have to sum up this budget, I think there are no big announcements or big reforms. It's very progressive and largely focused on sustaining growth. We are growing as an economy and we are doing well. And I think the attempt is to ensure that we remain resilient and we continue growing at this pace. So we have not really seen very big announcements or big reforms which otherwise would highlight which are the highlights of typically a very populist budget. What we've seen is technical things which would ensure that we consolidate and we sustain our growth. To my mind, I think the most important thing that the government has done is to ensure that I would put it in two parts. One is to ensure that there is enough job creation that happens, and there are multiple measures that government has taken, right from creating a MSME growth fund and finding champions out there to electronic component manufacturing scheme where they are investing 40,000 crore, or even probably safe harbor regime for GCCs. I think all of these things are going to generate employment, and it's going to help put more money in the hands of consumers, which is going to result into better demand for FMCG and food products. Even the PLI, I think, is going to go a long way. Focus on certain sectors like textiles, chemical parks, biopharma, rare earth, and semiconductor. This thing is going to augur very well in terms of employment generation. So this was one part. This was to ensure demand. Now, while you ensure that there is good demand that's coming in because of higher employment generation, what government has also done is that they also focused and they have also taken initiatives to ensure that you're doing or you are pushing growth in agri or farm sector, farm and agri related sectors by ensuring that the raw material prices, which are key to ensuring price stability in FMCG, they remain under control. So important and costly items like cashews or coconut, cocoa, some of them really imported today, almonds and walnuts. Government has initiated measures to ensure that we improve our yields there, we improve our production there, and special reforms have been announced to ensure that we improve there. So the agri and allied sector reforms will ensure that we have stability in input prices, and we are able to, we as manufacturers are able to, ensure stable prices, which would further accelerate the demand. So net, I think, a budget that's not really very big on announcements or reforms, but definitely, technically sound to ensure that we sustain our growth rate and things that we are doing right.
Definitely, Mr. Shah. And in fact, I will just take a minute to welcome one more panelist first, Sanket S., who's the co-founder of Scandalous Foods. Welcome, Sanket.
Hi, Tarannum. Hi, everyone.
Yeah. So, Sanket, in fact, this was a common question that was to all the panelists, and I would just ask the same to you, in fact. And Mr. Shah had just said his insights. So, what do you think? What is your initial take on the budget, especially from the retail and the consumer sector lens? And which single announcement do you think is most directly to influence the consumer demand in the next 1 year?
So, so Tarannum, I mean, as a startup and as an MSME, I think the budget has done a lot of good things for us, especially on the supply side. I think the creation of the I mean, increasing the credit guarantee scheme from 10 crores to 20 crores, helping with that, guaranteeing the invoice discounting. Those kind of things have really, those kind of things are really going to help startups like us. On the demand side, I think we'll have to wait and watch and see how the demand increases from the consumer point of view, because I don't think there's been any changes in the income tax, so I don't think there has been more money put in the hands of the consumers. But of course, I mean, there is a lot done on the infrastructure push and all of that, so which will eventually, obviously, generate more employment and generate more income for people. But I think that's a long shot. I don't see an immediate money in the hands of consumers. So, but I hope that we see some action on the demand side as well, because they've done a good job in creating the supply side. So, if that gets backed by the demand side, I think we will see a lot of growth in the revenue for companies.
Definitely, Sanket, and the growth, of course, is the key point everywhere. So, in fact, coming with the same question to Mr. Ankit Virmani. So, Mr. Virmani, how do you think? Like, what is your opinion on the budget?
Well, coming from the background of the beauty and wellness industry, where we've been there for the last 23 years, and primarily focusing on that salon channel, the biggest win that we see is the recognition of the orange economy, where our skilled, hairdressers, beauticians, and stylists will now be getting a lot of focus as far as job creation and the skilling bit that's happening. So that'll be a big win for us, because there is still, despite having a very large population, the skilled manpower in our sector is still the biggest headache. When we talk to all the salon owners, and when we talk to our channel, they are always the crunch of good talent. So by recognizing, on the skilling aspect, to train 1.5 lakh caregivers and wellness professionals, this will be a big win from the supply angle for the talented workforce. On the other side, since majority of the salons are, MSME, the compliance bit, the Jan Vishwas bill, that will decriminalize a lot of mere offenses and, help diminish the inspector raj. I think that will also help uh, getting the compliance things better. A lot of MSME salons would then try to become mainstream, which currently, a lot of them are very scared of compliances. And, when any inspector comes, a lot of times there are a lot of cases when, they try to get rid of things. But coming to the majority part, the consumption part, I think this budget, since there are not major tax reforms, except that the compliance of filing returns, etc., will be much easier. The stability itself might increase the demand, because with this stability, at least the consumer knows that their their spending capacity is still the same. It's not shrunk, if not grown. And that stability, because as a company, as Mr. Shah also said, as a country, we are growing at about 8%. So given at this stature, even the stability is a good enough stimulus for us, all of us, to grow. And combined with the compliance relief, the scaling benefit, I think it will it might not lead to a momentous increase, but yeah, definitely it'll give the much needed, it'll maintain the much needed acceleration that the economy needs right now. That's my take.
Definitely, Mr. Virmani. And in fact, coming with the same question to Mr. Malpani, since you have been looking at the budget and also the sector with a analyst point of view, what is your opinion on this?
So thanks, Ranu. So I think the way my panelists said, the biggest takeaway for me from the union budget is the government's clear agenda of moving from, short-term consumption stimulus towards strengthening the core fundamentals that can sustain growth over a period of time. So this time, the finance minister was very clear. Instead of giving tax giveaways or demand swaps, the budget was actually focused on income stability, domestic manufacturing depth and supply chain resilience. Now, if I look at it broadly, evident from three broad areas, if I look at from a capex perspective or public manufacturing linked incentives perspective, the government has actually made announcement towards developing certain specific regions with a 5,000 crore outlay or PLI schemes for electronic goods. So the whole thought is that, how do I improve the production process within the country rather than pure consumption? The another key factor, if I look at it from a budget perspective, is the whole target on MSMEs. There is a specified 10,000 crore fund that has been created, and expanded use of platforms like Trades, which has already facilitated nearly 7 lakh crores worth of transaction. The whole thought the government had was very clear that stabilize employment and cash flows for the MSME. If I look at it from a sector perspective, there are about approximately 6.5 crore MSMEs across the country, and the consumer and retail sector has a very big share of MSMEs participating in that factor. So I think that's really beneficial from a supply chain perspective. And I think very specific incentives across electronics, textiles, agri-linked incentives. I think the strategy is very clear to build competitiveness, rather than protecting the demand artificially. So if I look at it on an overall macro level, sustaining 7% growth to 8% growth, without igniting the inflation part of it or widening any fiscal stress. I think that was the core objective of the government. The government's focus is very clear. Uh, you know, Make India more durable, more distributed across regions, and less vulnerable to the global supply chains. So if I look at it from an overall perspective, I think the focus is on growth rather than short-term demand consumption kind of a stuff. The message is very clear. Now we are going to create an infrastructure from a long-term growth perspective.
Thank you, sir. And coming back to you, Mr. Shah, first of all, thank you for being here. From the perspective of a brand with deep mass market exposure, are you seeing the signs that income support and policy measures will now really revive the volume growth, especially in the urban areas, or are consumers still trading down?
I think not as a part of the budget, but earlier government has already taken measures. So if you look at the last budget, government had introduced 12 lakh plus tax-free income provision with 75,000 as standard deduction. It goes to almost about 12.75 lakhs, which is tax-free. And the new tax regime, really helps put more disposable income in the hands of consumers. So that's already done. Add to it, I think, capital gains adjustment that government did at 12.5% for long term. I think these are the measures those are going to go a long way in terms of putting more money in the hands of consumer, more disposable money. And we've started seeing results of it. It's only further going to go up by uh, improving or by ensuring that there are outlays for agri and allied sectors. What government is doing is they are ensuring stability in prices, and with higher disposable income and stable prices, I think we'll see a good increase in demand coming in. We already started seeing that. That's what I started with, that if we really look at really big bang reforms and stuff like that, that's something that's missing. It's far more technical in nature, this particular budget. The idea is to ensure that we continue growing at the pace at which we are. In fact, increase it a little bit. So from about 6.8, 6.9% to 7% is what government is talking about in terms of GDP growth in the coming year, which I think is really decent. And measures which have been taken are to ensure that we grow at that rate. And all the initiatives which are being taken in budget are to ensure that we are resilient about the same. There's resilience, and we ensure that we grow at that rate in the coming year.
Definitely, Mr. Shah. And in fact, coming over now to Mr. Ankit Irmani. So, Mr. Irmani, do you think that the budget, since you have been in the like in the beauty sector for more than 2 decades now, and do you think that the budget signals you more to be more confident about premiumization, or will value conscious buying still dominate amongst the consumers?
Well, premiumization, although there is no major incentive or tax cut, as we all know in this budget, I think, in my opinion, for the premiumization bit, the stability of the incomes might be the only aspect, that will continue to drive that. And I feel that the orange economy bit, the Gen Zs, that, a lot of that creative field that's getting recognized, they, the pattern in which they spend is very different to, how traditionally we think at our age. Uh, so they focus a lot on spending on their looks. They focus a lot on spending on, their wellness over saving money for, let's say, buying a house 10 years later. So, that mindset sometimes might give, they might, so the look, the being conscious for their looks is a very important aspect for them. And we are seeing increased consumption for premium products. That's been continuing trend for the last few years. And so that's going to maintain. That's to answer the first bit of your question. Coming to the second bit, talking about the rural demand. Uh, yes, the value conscious, there is a lot of incentives and swaps that the government has given. And, this particular initiative of She Marts, where the rural women will be empowered to start with some ventures. That's going to be an added employment where, of course, the low ticket products and the value products would, services and products would sell a lot there. So premiumization, I believe, would remain stable or continue to grow at the pace that it is going. There's nothing much that's happening this year that will drive demand apart from the lifestyle bit. But yes, the value bit, the rural consumption bit, that should definitely get pegged up depending on how soon these schemes get implemented and how soon we see the on ground reality getting changed. So that's my bet on it.
Thank you, sir. And Mr. Sanket, now that we have discussed the point around demand, in your opinion, did the budget help address the working capital and the credit access challenges for emerging food brands in your sector?
Absolutely. I think they've done a wonderful job there. So, the fact that they've increased the limit from 10 crores to 20 crores, that obviously, helps companies like us to raise debt rather than equity. And, so equity is precious. So that really helps. And plus, by giving guarantee on invoices, they've just made invoice discounting easier for, younger companies like us. Because even though invoice discounting has been an option for donkey's years, it's not as easy for startups to avail those facilities, which I believe will now become an option. Plus, I think if I've read it right, the securitization of these invoices is, I think, is brilliant, right? I mean, even these NBFCs can sell those invoices further to larger banks, which gives them more money in their hands to lend further to companies like us. So I think, yeah, of course, on the supply side, I think they've solved that problem. And plus, for manufacturing companies like us, that SME fund will obviously help us raise equity money also from the government to set up a larger manufacturing facility as well. So I think, yeah, they've done a great job there.
So sorry. In fact, I would just take this question now to Mr. Malpani. Mr. Malpani, when you look at the budget with the policy point of view, and when you look at the budget in a broader perspective, from a structural standpoint, do you think that this budget has done enough to translate manufacturing and policy reforms into actual consumption growth, or the transmission is still a very weak link?
So, Taranum, let me put it this way, the link between manufacturing reforms and consumption will evolve over a period of time. The budget is actually aligned from a long-term trajectory perspective. Where the budget is actually helping is by improving the conditions that enable transmission. For example, the custom rationalizations in electronics, or the focus on local, more deeper localization, actually helps you to reduce the cost volatility and improve the capacity utilization as well. And the government is very clear in terms of their Make in India initiative. So they are taking steps in the right direction, from a manufacturing perspective. If you look at it, the other surrounding infrastructure that the government is trying to create, Just for example, the logistic push, there is an outlay of nearly 12.2 lakh crores, on the overall logistics development within the country. Now, if I look at it from a sector perspective, the average logistic cost for the sector, rotates between 10 to 20%. Logistic cost as a part of our GDP is about 13 to 14%. But with a better connectivity, roadways, railways, as well as on the waterways, it can actually help you to bring down the logistics cost to a great extent. And in fact, that actually helps you to build up the bottom line from the consumer companies as well. And you look at the other part of it, there are certain perishable goods, there are certain uh, goods which are available in the hinterland. They can be actually brought to the cities. So this way, actually, what will happen is we'll actually start pushing consumption in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, where currently, if I see from a demand perspective, that's where the goal lies. There is more demand in the tier 2, tier 3 cities, and all this incentives will actually help you to push the demand in the tier 2, tier 3 cities. But I think I would formally acknowledge that it's going to be a manufacturing-led consumption, and a growth may not be immediate. Job creation from new manufacturing capacity will take some time. Wage growth will take some time, and there would be a gap, from a discretionary spend perspective. So this is why what I see is the impact on consumption may not be immediate, but definitely the whole infrastructure that is getting created will definitely help from a growth perspective. So I think if I look at it from an overall perspective, I think it will have a steady impact over a period of time. I'm not expecting any demand surge immediately because of the budget announcement. But I think over a period of time, we will definitely see a surge and a strengthened FMCG sector as well because of the infrastructure and the growth initiatives that are getting created from the country itself.
Thank you, sir. I will take your leave, but my colleague Tarannu ma'am stays here as she moderates another panel.
Kishan, in fact, just before leaving, in fact, there's one more point because the discussion was very interesting when we are talking about retail. So just let me just take one more question from the panelists since we do have time. And with that, then Kishan, you can see me off, in fact, and see all the other panelists also off.
Absolutely.
So in fact, this is a common question to all my panelists, in fact, now. And in fact, starting with Mr. Shah. Mr. Shah, do you think that this budget actually has given the consumer some extra power? Has there been an increase in the power, in the consumer power? And if there is an increase, what do you think? Where would this power come into action? Which sector or which area or which the geographically, if we see which part of the country, will you see the consumption increasing in certain amount of manner? Yeah, Mr. Shah.
Yeah, so I think we would largely be seeing, consumption increasing in the rural part, primarily because of the kind of focus that has been put on rural incomes through initiatives that have been taken in, agriculture, livestock, fisheries, and they're measures which would have a significant impact on the income generation for rural India. However, while I would agree to most of the things that Mr. Malpani said earlier, that we won't see immediate impact. I think two measures which were taken last year by government. One I discussed earlier was the increase in the threshold, tax-free income threshold to 12.75 lakhs. That's going to have a uniform impact largely into urban part as well. So I wouldn't say that rural will grow disproportionately higher to that of urban. Urban will also grow. Add to it the GST rationalization that we saw some time back in September. We continue to see the impact of that, and I think we will see the full impact of that coming in the first quarter of the next fiscal, because the first 6 months after GST rationalization, I think are the ones where most companies were having a little bit of issue or teething trouble in terms of getting the prices reduced and printing of the revised prices on or MRPs on packs and stuff like that. So I think that full impact and full benefit to consumers we'll see happening from first quarter of the next fiscal, and that's where I think that measure will start, really showing its impact on consumer demand. So while I personally feel that rural demand will see a higher growth compared to total market, but I don't think urban also would be a laggard. And as far as premiumization we're talking about it, I think GST rationalization is one measure that would also probably add, because you'll start seeing the MRP reduction happening, or lower prices for premium items, which will at least be a motivation for consumers to try out premium items at a cost or at a price which is lesser than what they used to pay earlier prior to GST rationalization. So my take on it is that while rural will benefit more, but I think urban also would not be far behind. I think you will see a good demand coming in from urban India as well.
Definitely. In fact, coming with the same question to you, Sanket. Sanket, since you are from the food F&B industry, in fact, do you think that this budget is actually giving a little more power to the consumer to actually enjoy going out, eating food, and in fact, ordering food for that matter?
So, Tarun, I was just telling someone yesterday that the government has solved the problem of the kitchen, but not sure if they've solved the problem of the dining room. So, as a manufacturer, of course, they've solved some problems for us, but I'm not sure if they've put a lot of money in the hands of the consumer in the immediate way. I mean, while we keep talking about direct taxation in terms of 12 lakhs and 12.75 lakhs, but I think the indirect taxes are like a bigger hit on the consumer anyways in India. But yeah, I mean, but they've spoken a lot about upskilling. So I'm hoping that, once this unskilled labor becomes semi-skilled, there will be more job creation for them. So they've spoken about that in the hospitality industry, in the hospital industry. So I'm hoping that there'll be some more semi-skilled laborers, which might increase their salaries. And on a lighter note, because they've increased the STT, I hope some of the money that was going into option trading might come into spending on buying food. So there we might see increasing consumerism.
Definitely. In fact, when we're talking about, more skilled workers, coming to you, Mr. Vermani, since you said that, and you have been, looking at the salon sector and the beauty sector in India, and of course, the sector also talks about more skilled workers, and of course, more skilled workers means more, people employed, and more employment means more spending power. Do you think that this spending power would also come towards your sector, the beauty and the salon sector?
Yes, I think definitely it should play out, because people are getting more and more aware about their own looks, about their well-being, about their health. And what I have seen is that, people are earlier, which were going to the salons or home services for just basic stuff, are now trying out new things, getting more and more conscious. And also, this has a lot to do with the Western influence also that's coming in, of the various new products and new innovations that's happening globally. So yes, the consumptions should remain steady at least, and continue to grow at the same age. There's nothing major that's got a major push in this budget to drive all that. But yes, with the more and more skilled manpower and rural development, I think that's where the real growth would now be there. And that is, I think, where we would also be focusing a lot on the tier 2, 3 cities, where the development due to the logistical and road networks will happen. Another very interesting thing that, I was just thinking to a previous question about where the consumer will spend, apart from coming from my trade, is also that the TCS has been reduced on foreign tours and packages, I think, which was close to about 12 to 20%, depending on the slab, has now been reduced to 2%. And also the personal custom duties have been cut from 20 to 10. So I think that is also a place where consumers will spend money traveling abroad. The immediate outflow from their pockets will be lesser. And while they are traveling, they'll also be happy to shop, because the limit from 50,000 has now been increased to 75,000 of duty-free imports. And even if they were to import or get products beyond that, they just have to pay 10%. So a lot of international shopping is going to happen on e-commerce as well as personal this thing. And as a company, we're also very bullish on the EU trade agreement that's also been recently uh, signed and hopefully will get implemented by next year. So I think that is also a very interesting thing that we are looking forward to. It'll open the doors for the EU for us, and similarly, we import a lot of international products from EU. So by getting tax benefits and better prices, that's really gonna get us to get better penetrations in the market. Although there are
Definitely.
global headwinds at this point of time with the global uncertainties with regards to the forex exchange, etc., which the budget has not kind of acknowledged or did something about. But in the long run, yes, with this variety of things, uh, the consumption will go up definitely.
Definitely. And in fact, with that, I'm coming to this same question and summing up the entire panel discussion with Mr. Malpani. So, Mr. Malpani, where do you think that the consumption power or the consumer power will actually lie now?
So I think the way my fellow panelists said, I think the focus will be on the tier two, tier three, and the rural Bharat. I would say there are a lot of incentives that are being taken out there, and if I look at it, there is an aspiration on in those part of the countries to copy something that's happening in the urban area. And if you look at the overall internet density of the country, we are at about 96 to 98% coverage from an internet density. So that actually helps a lot of people to buy products from D2C and e-commerce platforms as well. So I think that's where, uh, if you have a steady income, there are a lot of incentives that the government has taken to develop tier two, tier three, and tourism cities as well, and that's where the demand will start getting generated as well. On the urban side, though the demand has been a bit muted on an overall basis, but I think there is a premiumization that is happening in the country. And if I look at it, the UK FTA, the way Ankit also said, that is something that will also create more competition for the manufacturers within the country. So now the whole mindset has also to get changed, because with the consumer having more options, he will look at a premium quality product as well. So that's where how the Indian manufacturers can also scale up to face this competition, especially in beauty, biscuits, chocolates kind of a stuff. That's where the real competition will be coming in after some time, and that's where the Indian manufacturers will have to really look into. But from a consumption perspective, I think the tier two, tier three, and I would say the rural Bharat is the place to go from the volume perspective.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, for joining. And I will take your leave as my fellow panelists, our fellow colleague, Taranu ma'am will stay here as he will moderate another panel with experts. So thank you, everyone, for taking the time out. And it was an insightful conversation. Thank you so much.
Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much, in fact, Kishan, and thank you so much, Mr. Malpani. Thank you so much, Sanket. Thank you so much, Mr. Shah. Thank you so much, Mr. Virmani, for sharing your wonderful insights on this. And thank you so much, Kishan, for joining the panel and moderating it along with me. I would now go off camera for a few minutes, and then I would be taking on another panel with educationists from across India, because education was one of the bigger announcements in the budget yesterday. Thank you so much and have a great day and a great week ahead.
Thank you, Taran.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Taranum.
you. Thank you,
Thanks.
everyone.
Nice meeting you all.
Thank you.
Hello and welcome back to BW Business World. My name is Tarannu Manjula. I'm an assistant editor. And for those who have just joined in, yes, we've been dissecting and talking with the experts about the union budget that was presented by the Finance Minister, Ms. Nirmala Sitharaman, yesterday on a Sunday, in fact. And me and my colleagues from BW Business World, my experienced colleagues from BW Business World, did speak to few experts from various sectors across, various experts across sectors like technology, energy, agriculture, and also finance yesterday, in fact. And there were panel discussions about how the budget has impacted all these sectors. And continuing with that today, we just spoke to the players from the retail world, and now, in fact, we are talking to experts from education sector because as we saw yesterday, education of course has always been one of the priorities of any budget in India. And today I am joined by some esteemed guests from across India who would be talking with me about who would be in fact looking at the budget through a learner's lens. And we will be discussing the hits and misses of the education sector. So in fact, I would like to welcome all my panelists here. We have with us Mr. Akash Sharma, Director, Admission and Outreach, Noida International University. Welcome, Mr. Sharma.
Thank you. Hello.
And we also have with us Mr. Harish Sanduja, Director, Schools and IT, Jaipuria Group of Educational Institutions. Welcome, Mr. Sanduja.
Namaste. Hello, everyone.
We have with us Mr. Sanjeev Bansal, Additional Pro VC, Amity University, Uttar Pradesh. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so very much. Good afternoon, everyone.
And we have Mr. Santosh Narayan Khedkar. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing it wrong. It's Narayan Khedkar, right?
Narayan Khedkar, yeah. Thank you very much. Namaste. Good afternoon.
Thank you so much, sir. In fact, now coming into the discussion directly, my first question is to all the panelists here. It's a certain question. And starting off with Mr. Bansal. Mr. Bansal, how do you evaluate the budget's impact on making quality education more accessible and affordable for students from diverse backgrounds in India?
Good afternoon, Ms. Manjul. See, this budget, I mean, whenever the budget is going to be there are always very big expectations. And this time also we were expecting a lot, though I am not saying that this budget is not good. But there are number of points where this budget is speaking about education sector as a, education sector is in benefit, but there are certain things which are greatly missed also. So when I see the budget, though definitely 8.27 increase is a good increase, but when I see the school education, when I see the higher education, the increase is barely above the inflation, which is basically giving some hiccups also. The major miss which I feel here is everyone is speaking about Viksit Bharat, everyone is speaking about NEP 2020, and in this particular budget there are funding targets of NEP 2020 are missed. But at the same time, there are many good initiatives which are being taken, including National Institution of Design, including university townships and all. But this is basically my first take on the budget.
In fact, and I would continue the same question, Mr. Bansal. Listening to you, Mr. Bansal, I would continue the same question with Mr. Sanduja as well. So, Mr. Sanduja, your opinion on the same.
So I was expecting that the budget would also be allocating something for AI, because we are on the cusp where AI can be a great leveler and equalizer in many ways, reaching out to all the children, and it can actually bring in equity. So that was something which I was expecting. But the budget seems to have allocated some value, but I think it can still be further done. If I compare with what is happening with the developed nations and how they are spending, obviously the expectations from the budget are always that we would try to match up with and increase our outlay for the education sector to more than 4%. But currently it is close to around 3%. So ideally, I feel that we should try to increase further. Uh, and essentially because AI is something which is coming up new, and it can be a big leveler, and we can actually catch up with the top countries in education if we actually leverage this thing better. So that was my thought on this. But I'm okay with what the budget has been allocated. Possibly it could have been done better.
Definitely, Mr. Sanguja. And in fact, with that, I would like to take a minute to welcome our final panelist for the day also, Mr. Mahadev Jaiswal, the director for IIM Sambalpur. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Namaskar.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah.
So, in fact, the same question I would like to pass on to Mr. Akash Sharma now, that how do you evaluate the budget's impact on making quality education more accessible and affordable for students from diverse backgrounds?
Yeah, hi, and good afternoon to all my fellow panelists. See, I was expecting this. There is nothing substantial, to be very honest. I mean, it is more or less the same which we were expecting. Having smart cities is the core plan of the government. I don't know how many smart cities we have right now, but yes, I advocate for the smart campuses. AI is the need of the hour, and we are behind some of the countries. So when it comes to implementing technologies, when it comes to teaching students, the curriculum which we are designing, so we need to think about that. Any student who is joining any institution, say an engineering program like BTech in 2026, will be coming out in 2030, after 4 years. And what technology will be emerging at that point of time? So this forecasting is very, very important, and we have to lay the foundation right now, today. So I believe that funding is the major issue here, and how much is the private universities will be able to fund into such kind of technologies. That's a big question mark.
Definitely. And in fact, coming with the same question to Mr. Narayan Khetkar. Mr. Khetkar, how do you evaluate the budget's impact on making quality education more accessible and affordable for students from diverse backgrounds?
Thank you. Thank you. My take is the quality education will require quality faculty, quality teachers, and that is the need of our, because most of the government institutions, government universities and government schools, the faculty is a parameter which is to be improved. The second parameter is education sector is like the foundation of all the growth for all the sectors. If you take the industries, if you take the healthcare, if this exports, education is going to play the fundamental role. The school education, degree educations, professional educations, and vocational educations. So all these are required to make the skilled manpower for our Viksit Bharat. So unless we inculcate the skills right from the school to the degree professionals, the dream of Viksit Bharat in 2047 will be a challenge. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. And in fact, the same question to Mr. Jaiswal also, sir. Your take on this?
What is your question?
So my question was that what's your take on the budget, and how do you think that the budget would be helpful in getting affordable education for students across diverse parts of the country and diverse diverse parts of the country?
Okay. So, there are some new things in this budget. One is there's a proposal to set up a cluster universities, in some regions. I think that's a very good idea, because if you go and see in US, and there are clusters of institutions, like go to Boston, you'll have one cluster. You go to Los Angeles, you get a cluster, San Francisco. So I think cluster is something I think will help definitely different regions. If they can create 4 or 5 clusters, and that is what is proposed in this budget. And that will become more inclusive, because right now, most of the top institutions are earlier were located mostly in big cities, okay, and scattered. And in cluster, what will happen is that there will be diverse university, there will be medical, because interdisciplinary, that is what a national education policy also states, that you need to have interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary. that is also feasible then in terms of clusters. So if let's say eastern region they do one cluster, western region they do one cluster, and that can be developed in terms of high quality inclusive education. Second plus positive side in this budget in terms of inclusive is they have decided to set up a girls hostel in every district. So that is also a part of inclusive. It's a very good step, very positive step in terms of bringing girls students from different regions. And accommodation is the most challenging challenge. When rural girls comes to town for the education, there has to be good quality hostels. So that is one. Then the third plus side of this budget is they have put about 2,500 crore on AI. So how that has to be used, that is up to the policymakers as well as educationalists. But AI is going to be the differentiator in education. And fourth plus is that they have also increased the expenditure on education. Earlier, last year it was 1.2 lakh crore, and this year it is 1.84 crore. So investment is also increasing. So these are the plus side. Now, how you improve the quality of education, that of course depends. Of course, first it depends on infrastructure, and if you don't have a quality infrastructure, and today infrastructure requires physical as well as digital both. Second is you need a well-trained quality faculty, which is a challenge currently right now. We don't have very qualified. There is a shortage of faculty in every institutions. And third, that is more important than first two, and that is the pedagogical innovation. Like, are we still teaching the way lecturing mode? So pedagogy is changing now due to AI. I'll give example that I am Sambalpur. For example, last year, 1 year back, we introduced AI in the class. So AI is not teaching, but AI is doing cognitive assessment of students. So we have partnered with American partner platform called Breakout Learning, where every students are registered and course material loaded there. And 3 days before they are given the article or case, and when the class starts, there is no faculty. And students through peer interactions, they discuss based on the question which pop up every 30 minutes in the class. And every student has to speak, every student has to read, which was not there earlier. When there was no AI, hardly 5 or 10 students used to come prepared, and faculty used to teach only to those 5-10 students. And it was more faculty driven. Now it is student driven learning. So pedagogical innovation, that is what is possible through AI. And AI does the marking for each student's individual as well as group using the Bloom's taxonomy, like layers 1 to 6. So if a student is talking only facts about the article, then only 1 mark. If they were to explain the concept, then 2 marks. If they were to analyze the situation, 3 marks. Able to evaluate the decision, 4 marks. Able to apply in real life, then 5 marks, and able to create new idea, then 6 marks. So this way, the creative aspects of the individuals are also being judged. So I would say that pedagogy is the main focus, and you don't need huge infrastructure for that. You just need laptop and network connection and AI platform, and it can be done in any remote place. So IIM Sambalpur, of course, claims to be the first institution globally to come out with this pedagogy. And without much of investment, we could do it. But thanks to AI platform, that is what it's possible. So this kind of pedagogical learning method has to be introduced. And then I think inclusive means every student should be part of the class. It's not that every section of the society is already there, because fortunately, we have a system where we have people from diverse regions in every universities. Okay, so inclusiveness is not a challenge. Only challenge is within the class, whether it is inclusive or it is confined to only 5% of students in terms of learning and creating ideas. So I would say, I think it's a great time for Indian education. Only thing is we need to adopt the modern methods. That is called, we have to shift from teaching to learning. And you don't need more number of teachers. We need less number of teachers, but we need very innovative pedagogy. So I would say that now the government has given a lot of emphasis on AI, and we have to find out what is right to use. We should not just use for prompt engineering. That is a very traditional way of looking AI. We should look AI from pedagogical innovation and creativity rather than doing from the automation perspective. So this is what is my
Definitely, sir.
perspective. Yeah. Thanks.
Definitely, sir. And in fact, thank you, sir. And my
Yeah.
question now would be to Mr. Narayan Khedkar. Sir, how do you plan to address potential challenges in implementing the skill development and industry academia collaboration initiatives within the Somaiya Vidya Vihar University?
Yeah, thank you. This is a very important point which we have been addressing for maybe couple of years. This has started through the formation of an incubator called Riddle. Riddle is research and innovation development at Somaiya, where the students, not from only the final year, not from only from PG and PhD, but from the first year, and even the school students are allowed to do the registration of their companies and convert their ideas into the products for the need of today. So this is one step which we have already taken. Another steps we have taken is we are now progressing towards the apprenticeship enabled degree program which is announced by UGC. So in that, minimum 50% time the student needs to spend in the university, and the remaining 50% the student can spend in the industry. So we will be progressing towards announcement of this, and we will require a lot of industry support to take care of the students who have registered in this program. The third point is industry driven and sponsored research. So in this, the research at the university is very much in alignment with the needs of the industry, with the needs of the society, and with the participation of the industry for sponsoring and involving as research partners. Thank you.
In fact, my next question now would be to Mr. Akash Sharma. Mr. Sharma, Mr. Sharma, how can Noida International University leverage the budget's initiatives to enhance student outreach, international collaboration, and also placement opportunities?
See, the biggest challenge which we were facing from past many years is the technology part. Major of the students who are looking for any education in, especially in programs like BTech or maybe BCA, where technology has a direct intervention. And what we have done is we have integrated some of the companies, and now they are designing their curriculum for our students. So we are taking their help, because ultimately those industries, these companies are going to absorb these students. So this is what we are doing. On the other hand, for the international students, it varies from country to country. There are certain countries. We have students from almost 65 plus countries now. So every country has their own way of thinking. And there are some countries where logistic and supply chain management programs are a hit. There are certain countries where programs like economics. Some countries have business. So that varies from country to country. And then there are students, especially from the African countries, they want to work outside their area. So Asia is their target, and India is, of course, one of the best when it comes to the education, and it is cheaper in nature as well. Now, what exactly this budget will give us, students who are not only coming to India, if they are going abroad, will have relaxation in their taxations and everything. So it will encourage students to go abroad and to study in good universities. And some of our institutes in India or universities have their offshore campuses as well. Second, and the most important thing is that this current budget is the GDP target, and the budget allocated for education is roughly 6% short. If I talk about UGC, the funding is made cut by 60%, almost 61% to be very precise. And higher education cut is almost 10,000 CR. So when it comes to implementing schemes and rolling out is the most important thing, and we need to see that execution whether we'll be able to execute this to the last student. Because when on at one point of time we are implementing schemes like this, and on the other hand we are making the big cuts in the budgets. So let's hope. Although overall, if you see the budget, it seems to be very rosy, but yes, I'm just keeping my fingers crossed.
In fact, I believe, sir, everyone in the education sector would be keeping their fingers crossed on this. And coming to Mr. Harish Sanduja now. Sir, given the budget's emphasis on skill development, how can schools and institutions effectively integrate industry relevant skills into their curriculum to prepare students for the future job markets?
I think it's a very interesting thing because NCRT and other platforms have started looking at skill development very seriously. They have started introducing content like Kaushal Both, where every child from grade 6 onwards to grade 8 will be exposed to 3 different kinds of works every year. So the children will be asked to put forth a project, one where they will have to work with the primary aspects of agriculture or growing something or something that has to be linked with the uh, primary or ways of living. And the second is with the machines, how the children will be taught to work with the machines. And the third is how to work with the humans, that is the service industry. So basically, each child from grade 6 to 8 will be will be given the exposure of working on these 3 basic areas every year, and at the end of the year they will be assessed on it. So that's how the skills will start getting implemented into the system. And from 9th to 12th there are various around 42 skill subjects which will be given out as an option to the children depending upon their interest areas, and then they will be able to utilize those skill subjects. And I think that will bridge the gap between what they want, what they are interested in, and what type of college that they want to go on to. Or if not college, then partially they are industry ready in that case because they would have already gathered some kind of skill through that. Apart from this, it is very critical that we develop the children with the literacy skills and the numeracy skills. So the school education system is focusing a lot on the reading abilities of the children. Like at our school, what we do is we try to enhance the reading speeds of the children, because if the speed of reading of a child is slow, then very likely that the child will not be able to understand what sentence he or she is reading. So then what happens is children do not know, younger children, that reading is for understanding. So many young children keep making this mistake that they read without understanding what they have read. So that becomes a critical gap in the whole plan. So I think more and more schools are being made aware about this aspect of the literacy skill, that the children have to understand what has been read, and therefore their Lexile scores or their ability to understand age relevant books is critical. Apart from that, the numeracy skills, which are connected with the literacy skills, have to be enhanced. And for that, nowadays, with the help of AI and all, we can track individual students with individual learning gaps, and those learning gaps can be actually bridged if we use some kind of help of AI. Therefore, the numeracy skills, the literacy skills, and the skills which make the children ready, all together, if you see, gets woven into a very good thread. And I think after a few years, you will see that most of the children in India will have the right skills to enter into the universities and the colleges and also into the industry. I think they're just making those right fitments that are required.
Definitely. In fact, now coming towards Mr. Sanjeev Bansal. Mr. Bansal, do you think that, how can private universities like Amity actually leverage budget allocations to enhance research and innovation ecosystems?
Surely. See, Mr. Ranum, if you permit me, before the budget, everyone was basically looking as an education sector. We were all looking for certain things. And the keywords here were digital learning, AI integration, and definitely employability. And everyone in the private sector or government sector, they were only looking for a few things like NEP 2020 implementation to digital access to check on expansion. As Mr. Sanduja has said rightly about AI and future skills to enhance employability and other things. Now, at MIT, first of all, MIT is a big group and with the presence in all the big states of India. So our problems are not basic. I will not say problems. Our challenges are slightly different. We are not speaking about as a uh, institution in isolation, but in totality. In terms of research and everything, so I would only like to say that in terms of research and every related area, MIT is having basically a very good roadmap, and we are basically taking everything accordingly. Few things which I would like to point out, though everyone has spoken and they have actually given access about everything. One very surprise thing in this budget was that though we are speaking about Viksit Bharat and employability, but one major drop in the PM internship scheme was a slightly very surprising factor for me, where I saw that like around, out of the 10,000 crore last year's budget, this time this is being reduced to 50%. But in any case, I only want to say, Mr. Anum, that whenever we speak about the private sector, private education institution, we are always on the receiving end, and this is basically something a challenge which we all have to bear. That despite of all the odds, how we have to see all these challenges, and that is what we are ready to do. Go for it.
Definitely. And in fact, with that, I'm coming now towards Mr. Mahadev Jaiswal and taking a question with Mr. Jaiswal. So, Mr. Jaiswal, how do you think that management schools like IIM Sambalpur contribute to creating entrepreneurial leaders as envisioned in the budget?
IIMs are supposed to be doing that only, but from the beginning, IIMs were doing more for the job market, and most of the IIMs are known only for crores of packages. I think time has come when we should start judging these institutions based on how many innovation-based entrepreneurship got developed in the IIM systems, and not necessarily that this has to be done by MBA students. I mean, right now, let's say entire AI is, creating a huge amount of opportunities for new age entrepreneurs. And if you see in US, a lot of people are leaving jobs of multi-billion-dollar and creating, new startups. So definitely we'll look towards job creation. For example, the government has given emphasis on tourism. So tourism sector itself create more employment than any other sector. And there are countries like most of two-thirds of Europe and Southeast Asia, the entire economy runs on tourism. Okay. I think India does have great potential to build ecotourism, and state like Odisha and Sambalpur region has a very big potential for water sports and forest and a lot of handloom, handicrafts kind of industries, which can be connected with tourism, heritage village, and a lot of international tourism can be done. So definitely we're looking that, of course, our MBA and other programs will run as for the other IIMs, but local industries around tourism, handloom, and now also an energy, like most of the energy sectors are located in our region. Like you have all the factories of mineral and mining, whether it is MCL, whether it is Vedanta, whether it's Hindalco, all are located here near Sambalpur. And they will need a transition now. They'll have to go to green energy. So we need to create entrepreneurs who will create a new age of in energy sectors. And this industry will be closing down after 30, 40 years. So Viksit Bharat 2047 requires 3 disruptions. One is all the businesses will go through digital disruption. So AI and digital will play the platform to create business. Second disruption will be decarbonization, where all the existing energy industries will have to shift, and our manufacturing industry have to shift towards green energy. And third is democratization of business, means all the startups will have to come into these sectors. So it's a right time for the institution like IIMs to move to get shift from job market to entrepreneurship. And IIM Sambalpur already started doing. We have a huge program for master weavers of this region, so where we are creating businesses in the digital market like Flipkart and ONDC for the local weavers. We are also working for the tourism to promote. And since this budget has already highlighted that IIMs have to play a role in educating tourist guides and tourism sectors, in 10,000 tourist experts have to be trained by IIM. So I think that is the second, which is also part of entrepreneurship. And energy sector, like how we transit from coal and oil and gas based energy producers, and then entire automobile sector will also shift from consumption from mechanical consumption industry to electric vehicle. So there's a huge change and huge opportunities for entrepreneurs, and IIM systems definitely are well tuned to. I expect that people will take this new change in the entire education rather than just giving MBA education. I think we'll have to focus more on entrepreneurship, and that too more on the innovation-driven entrepreneurship, not traditional SME. So I think it's the right time for us to get into this.
Definitely. And in fact, just taking one last question with Mr. Narayan Khetkar. Mr. Khetkar, there was a lot of emphasis on AI yesterday, technical skilling and AI yesterday. Do you think that India is still ready to take on something like AI very strongly, since there's a lot of budget allocation for that?
Yeah, thanks, Tarannum. This question is like the key question. Is India ready? And what I think is, do we have option than thinking that are we ready? So we don't have options unless we jump and contribute and utilize and use the AI as part of our day-to-day activities to increase our productivity, increase the innovations, because AI does lot of things within short time. That doesn't mean it does everything. It gives the initial data, and then we can do the further innovations, development, and need of the society and need of the industry can be achieved. Hope that answers.
Definitely, definitely. And in fact, that was very wonderful because education, as we all saw that, there was a lot of conversation about what education actually got yesterday. There was a lot of different opinions about what education has been given. And of course, the government has actually put down two things very categorically when we talk about education. One, skill development and job creation, of course, and AI. And we saw all our experts talking about, various ways, like from school education to skill development to higher education, on how all these budget allocations and the budget announcements can actually be included and integrated into the education system. So, in fact, I would just take a minute and now would like to thank all my panelists here, Mr. Hari Sanduja, Mr. Mahadev Jaiswal, Mr. Sajeev Bansal, Mr. Akash Sharma, and Mr. Narayan Khetkar for joining us for this panel discussion and sharing their wonderful insights. Thank you so much, everyone, and thank you so much for sparing your time for this discussion. I hope you also had a great time, listening to each other's views out here, and of course, sharing your views on the budget 2026-27. And thank you so much, and have a great.
Thank you, and thank you, everyone. Yeah.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nice meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before I, in fact, leave, I would like to just share one thing, that the next panel is on another important sector that saw some good allocations yesterday, and that's healthcare. Because healthcare, of course, after education, healthcare also happens to be one of the major, key points in any budget when we talk about budget. And the healthcare panel, of course, I have my senior. My deputy editor, Josna Sharma. Hi, Josna, how are you?
I am very well. Can you hear me?
Yes, Josna, definitely we can hear you.
Thanks, Taranum. Yes, of course, the healthcare sector did see some really good allocation, and things are really positive, and I'm looking forward to having the discussion. We're just waiting for the experts to join.
In fact, before the experts join in, Josna, just because there might be some people who would still be online and looking at, you, in fact, when you're talking about healthcare.
Yeah.
And what do you think were some of the biggest announcements that came in yesterday when we talk about healthcare?
See, so for me, when I was listening to the announcements, for me, the biggest thing was how we want to position India as a medical tourism hub. And that is something that we've been working on in the healthcare sector towards that for a while. As you know already, the last few years, that we've seen a lot of kind of push towards that. But this time, it's very interesting that, there's going to be 5 regional medical tourism hubs that are being planned, okay? And this is going to be with the support of states and private players. So there's going to be that whole public-private partnership to this, and they're going to look at this as, integrated healthcare complexes. So it's really good. You've got education, you've got advanced hospitals, you've got diagnostics, all of that coming together, and also mental well-being. There's a big push on wellness, which I think is really important, because I think nowadays, we work in the in the media and in the corporate sector, we have these discussions all the time about how important mental well-being is. So that is one of the things. I can see, Tarannum, that my
Yes, your
experts
panelists are here.
joined.
Yes.
Yes.
So in fact, I would take leave now, Josna, handing over
Yeah.
it to you. Thank you so much for joining in, and see you and have a great discussion now.
Thanks so much. Thank you. Thank you. Right. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, for being with us today. What we're going to do, this panel looks at the healthcare allocation, the budget allocation that was discussed yesterday by Honorable Finance Minister Nirmala ji. And joining me today are Dr. Anil Thakwani, Head of Department, Radiation Oncology, Sharda Care Health City. We also have with us Dr. Jyoti Nirja, founder and MD, Marg Mindcare and People Tree Hospital. We have with us, of course, Dr. Sanjeev Singh, Medical Director, Amrita Hospitals. So welcome, all of you. Dr. Nirja, we are not able to see you. I think your camera and your mic is off. Right. So before we start, I'm just going to point out some of the key aspects before I bring in the experts about what was discussed yesterday. As I was telling my colleague Tarannum just now, the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare has been allocated a little over 1 lakh crore. So that's about 9-10% increase over the previous year. This year, the focus, of course, has been on building infrastructure, research, skilling, integrated healthcare system. Wellness has been given a big push. I'm going to start by bringing in Dr. Sanjeev Singh. Can I have your view on what were the key aspects that really stood out for you?
Yeah, thanks, Josna, and thank you, fellow panelists. Great to be here. Overall, I think it is a very fundamental and it lays down a strong foundation for a good healthcare delivery system. So it addresses more or less most of the things which has been asked by the industry and which has been a cause of concern.
Yeah.
What the point which you raised was the most important is an increase in spending. So right now it is 1.9%. If there is a crore additional, 10% additional funding which will come in, there would be close to 2.5% of GDP spent. and possibly 2.3%, 2.5% comes from the private sector. So it is a 5% GDP spent in Indian healthcare is not too bad. So it is in comparison to other Scandinavian countries, which is at 7 to 8%, and 16 to 17% of US is not too bad, and so we are getting there. So this additional infrastructure development or spending is important. Now it has been also given in National Health Mission. So it could be in a PIP mode, project implementation plan mode. It is also given in Ayushman Bhim program, which is an infrastructure of secondary care and primary care development, which we know in India that is an issue, because the tertiary care and medical colleges are okay, but then district hospitals needs infrastructural development. And then Ayushman Yojana itself, because in many of the states, the payments don't come in because the budget allocation has been poor. So now there would be an increase in budget allocation. So I think that is a strong foundation other than the research push, Ayurveda push, which is so very important because that's one of our hallmarks of our country. And then basically biopharma, where these drugs are making it very, very difficult for people to treat. So overall, I think it lays down a good foundation for a good healthcare delivery system. And we should really congratulate the government for doing that.
Yeah. And when you speak about the Biopharma Shakti initiative, so there's a 10,000 crore that has been allocated over 5 years, for viewers for biologics and biosimilar production. And these are domestically, if they are produced, so it would be lessening of imports. It is also ties into the research aspect that you were just saying right now. And of course, it also ties into larger employability and things like that, of course. Then, like you said, Ayush, there's All India Institutes for Ayurveda. There's going to be more focus on skilling, which I think is very important. I am going to get in Dr. Neerja to talk a little bit about the Ayush and wellness push. Doctor, I think your mic is on mute. Okay, I'm going to bring in Dr. Thakwani till we sort out the mic for Dr. Neerja. Dr. Thakwani, so good of you to join us. Please tell us what really stood out for you.
So in the recent budget, basically 2026, a shift from volume-driven innovation to innovation-driven healthcare was a major thing which I observed in that. And they have invested around more than 10,000 CRs in a Biopharma Shakti initiative to make India a global biopharma hub. So basically, it focuses on biologics, it focuses on biosimilars and clinical research ecosystem. And this is really a nice step which was taken by the government of India in this coming budget. Second thing is they have also concentrated more on oncology. They have made few drugs tax-free so that the cost of like the treatment goes down along with the oncology drug. Other non-communicable disease drugs were also included in the list. So these were the few, I think, steps which has been taken by the government of India so as to prioritize the healthcare system in the budget.
Dr. Neerja, if I may come to you now, could you talk a little bit about the wellness push? I think there's something. Okay, so we'll try, and I'm going to get my colleagues to try and help out here. All right, coming back to Dr. Neerja, good to see you.
I'm so sorry about that. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm sorry about that. There was some problem with my video and camera. So good afternoon, all of you, and thank you so much for having me in.
Welcome. Could you tell us a little bit about what stood out for you from the budget announcement yesterday, and talk a little bit about the wellness push?
Yeah, sure. So I think this time I feel the budget was totally a little bit different because so much of importance has been given to healthcare. Healthcare has been brought to the front page this time. So that is very, it's a very welcoming move, and I appreciate the Honorable Finance Minister for bringing it to the forefront, first of all. And on top of that, it's very, very heartening to see mental health receiving its due importance. So as a healthcare leader, and especially I am advocating, mental health, conversations, and to remove stigma in the country, and to create accessibility and affordability on the mental health front. I think what has been this time is really very, heartening to see. And I think there is going to be a real paradigm shift from here on, because always we have seen, mental health, we have to read it in between lines, or it would always been pushed to the sidelines. But now it's been given importance, and especially NIMHANS 2.0 coming to North India. That is really a very, very very significant move. I would really want to thank the budget for doing this, because number one is, it's not only about the budget being allocated, a significant increase in the budget being allocated for the healthcare, but also the mental health being taken as an integral part of the entire framework. That being taken as the core, and especially this being integrated in the district level hospitals, in the government hospitals, especially in the primary healthcare. What happens when we integrate mental health as a part of the core healthcare, in terms of recognition, diagnosis, prevention, and in the primary healthcare sector, then that becomes no more a thing which is actually being sidelined, or which is being stigmatized, and that actually comes to the forefront. And creating the NIMHANS in North India, and then increasing the mental health, the institutions in North India. What actually happens is, we can increase the training, number one. Training, increasing the number of mental health professionals, which is the need. If you see in India, the number of psychiatrists is 0.75 per 100,000 population, whereas the minimum need is 3 to 4 psychiatrists per 100,000 population. So it's just not the psychiatrists, it is the psychologists, the counselors, the healthcare professionals, everybody. The training happens, accessibility happens, and affordability happens. So that, I think, is a very, very a shift and an important move which has happened.
Thank you. There's something that I wanted to ask you. When you're speaking about how a certain number of psychiatrists per patients are required, that's the same, doctor-patient ratio, if you look at it. Your view on how, when this budget also spoke about, the underlying theme was digital technology, and integrating that into healthcare system so that we offer better care. And that has been something that we've been looking at in the sector in general overall. So please tell us a little bit about how that will help enhance the mental health systems in the country. And then I would come to Dr. Sanjeev Singh and Dr. Thakwani as well on integration of digital technology into healthcare and bettering care then through that. Ma'am.
Yeah. So obviously, because there's it is not only the number of psychiatrists, even the infrastructure, we are not yet there. If you see the infrastructure for mental health in India, we are able to cater less than 80 to 90% of the need. So we are able to cater, I would say, 10 to 20% of the need. The remaining 80 to 90%, we are not able to cater it in India because of the lack of infrastructure. So these telepsychiatry and telemanas and all the telemedicine programs will actually be able to bridge the gap to a certain extent, if not entirely, at least to the certain extent. So the majority of the population in the urban, in the rural and the smaller towns who cannot actually come to the cities, to the bigger institutions, and to the little bit of the mental health infrastructure which is available in India, they could actually avail these services, to club it. Yes.
Dr. Singh, I wanted to ask you about the same thing, using digital technology to integrate into our healthcare systems to so that people can afford better care. Your view on that, and especially you can talk about it from the angle of Amrita Hospital as well, because it's one of the at the forefront of this.
So, Jyotsna, if you see, this is such a wonderfully crafted budget where you are looking at back to basics, providing manpower, increase in number of seats, giving enough revenue for budget for infrastructure.
Yeah.
And it is parallelly also working on research, innovation, technology, and that shift of building Make in India. So, a wonderfully crafted thing. To your question, I think it is extremely critical that we need the data is the gold mine. And unfortunately, for everything, we still quote what is available in United States of America or UK or NHS. Until unless we get our own data, how do we do our own policy and advocacy? So that will only happen if it is digital in nature, because manually it is so big, it's so huge that it is impossible to get data out of the registers. Now, the step one is ABDM. So if Ayushman hospitals they are registered, many of them are public, then there are private hospitals also getting registered. If everybody who gets into seeking healthcare is having an ABDM number and they are registered and has an Aadhaar number, and you have to within ABDM share the patient history across hospitals. So if he could be in Delhi and he could be in Nagpur, but then he does not have to go with the same investigations over and over again because it's all available.
Yeah.
So it's a fantastic thing. Second is the telemedicine, which e-Sanjeevani is a fantastic step which government has already taken, and it's really flooded.
Yeah.
The hospital information system, where all the operations aspect is also, if it is captured, you're capturing the supply chain, you're capturing your usability, you're capturing the bed management, the bed availability, the infrastructure. We saw that in COVID. We had no clue about the oxygen availability, the manpower availability. So all of it, if it is captured as an hospital management information system, it would be a fantastic way to govern healthcare. So that way, the technology push is immense, and it is, and we should give that credit to the government.
What you're saying is absolutely right. What could be one of the challenges in this area if we were to look at the technology aspect?
Don't ask difficult questions. The challenge is the doctor himself. Until unless the doctor who sees the patient in the outpatient and inpatient records it into the hospital information system or electronic medical record, even if I am going from Delhi to Nagpur, I will have no data because nothing has been recorded other than some labs and some images.
Yeah.
So what is the fun in having a ABDM structure when there is a sketchy availability of data which gets entered? And that is what we have seen. We have worked extensively with Government of Kerala and Government of Maharashtra, creating an e-grid of linking all the medical colleges, all the district hospital. And we did that with almost 19 medical colleges. But when you open the unique hospital information system of a particular patient, there is nothing in it. So I think that is the biggest challenge, where you need to encourage people to also be an early adopter and adopt it in the interest of the patient and in the interest of capturing the data.
Dr. Thakwani, if I come to you on the same point, if we look at it, what according to you is the need? Like Dr. Singh said, that we need to encourage more adoption of digital technology into the systems. Your view, please, on this.
So, Dr. Sanjeev is right to say that now we are in that era that we should switch over to the digital technology in all the fields of medicine, basically, and especially I would talk about the oncology. So, basically, before incorporating the digital technology in our field, I think that we should need we need training of not only of the doctors but also the paramedical staffs, nursing, GDAs and all, so that they can also work on it. Like we were planning to make our department paperless, and in Sharda Care and Health City, to some extent we have made it paperless. But for that we need to be trained. So not only the doctors but also the staff. So small training programs should be incorporated in the routine schedules of all the workers who are working in the department, so as to take the maximum advantage of this the digitalization. So this is my view.
When we talk about, you're talking about how we need training, we need to skill people. The budget also had a whole thing on skilling and everything. If I look at medical education, if I pose a question to you, that in terms of medical education, what is it that we in India need to do more to get to our goals and to the level that we are aspiring to? So what would you?
Yeah. So basically nowadays we see, if we see the oncology, we are more into the personalized medicine, and it needs the incorporation of AI also. So I think that one subject of AI should be there in the curriculum of all the workers, be it a doctor, be it a nursing, be it a GDA, whatever, so that we can apply whatever the AI things are there, we can apply in that in our routine practice, all these things. Because you know that the role of AI is there in everywhere, like in AI in radiology, AI in oncopathology, and virtual tumor boards we are conducting, and they are helping us to take care of the patient who are at a remote places and who cannot come immediately and who needs a tumor board decision. So we are making we have also doing the virtual tumor boards. And apart from the predictive analysis, like this is also a part of AI. So all these things are there which help us in making our treatment more better than today.
And moving ahead. Yes.
Yeah.
So coming to you, back to you, Dr. Singh, that when it comes to medical education, what is that one thing you would say that we must immediately sort of add or push a little bit more so that we can scale up?
So I think Prime Minister did go up to Red Fort and announced 75,000 more seats in medical education.
Yeah.
So we were all wondering why.
Mhm.
And then it is important because if you want to become a developed nation, there is a developed nation indicator which you need to adhere to, which is close to 3.4 population per thousand population bed ratio, or one doctor per thousand population. So with that, you need to increase the number of doctors available within the country. And that's how you fit into those definition. Now, this is fantastic. So it is 10,000 per year, 75,000 in 5 years. But imagine if you don't have a faculty in all these new medical colleges to train. There was only one All India Institute, now there are 24. There was only 300 medical colleges, now there are 818. And there are 12,000 PGs, now there are 78,000 PGs. The people have to be trained. And if they are not available, that's a disaster. So I think the missing point is the quality of medical education. Quantity they are achieving because they are opening up more medical colleges, they are giving permission. But there is nobody is talking about most critical portion, which is quality, and which is going to be very essential. Now, another point, Jyotsna, is that the medicine practice has always been a team practice. It is just not about clinician taking rounds. Clinician, nursing, and allied health makes a good team. And that is where this time also, again, they are stressing on nursing seat increase as well as allied health professionals being trained and skilled. And then you also know that there is another council which has come up for allied health, which has been approved by Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. In 2026, all these courses will be a uniform course. So I think moving in the right direction, the missing link is let's focus also on the quality of delivery.
Yeah, perfect. Quality of delivery, very important. Dr. Neerja, if we talk about mental health and we talk about training and education and skilling in this area, what is that one aspect that you think that we immediately must push?
So, in addition to what Dr. Singh said, what I 100% agree, it's not just the number of doctors who graduate and come out, but
Yeah.
it is the training of the remaining sector of, the whole crowd of healthcare professionals, like the nursing and especially mental health, the psychologists, the social healthcare workers. So, what happens? It is a multidisciplinary treatment approach. In Marga Mindcare, what we do is, like Dr. rightly said, it's not just the doctor taking rounds. So we have a team, a psychiatrist, a psychologist, a social healthcare provider, a mental health nurse. So all of them put together, it's like a teamwork. So they will be able to assess or analyze what exactly the patient needs, what exactly the patient goes through, and all of that. So what actually should be part of the training is training the entire cohort. So what we do in Marga, I can just give a small example. We have some training programs for the social healthcare workers. So what we do, we identify an area and then we bring all of them to Marga. So we have some training sessions. And then it's basically what I'm trying to say is, number one, training and also sensitizing the community and society. We also conduct training programs in schools and colleges, because if you see, the need is huge in the schools and colleges, the younger adolescents and the teenagers and the younger adults. So we actually go and train the the teachers and the lecturers and all of them to identify some kind of red signals within the institutions. So we also conduct some amount of training programs to the HRs, to the corporates. Yeah, because that need is also huge, especially the younger adults who actually start working and earning. So these people are under immense pressure, and if as a society or as a group, if these things are not being trained and not being able to identify, then it is a disaster. Already we are in a disaster zone, but I'm very happy now these things are being spoken of, and there are kind of being created to integrate this in the schools, in the colleges, in the corporates, and in the healthcare system. Especially the welcoming move, like I said, is in the primary healthcare, where we would be training from that primary healthcare, from the rural areas, the entire team, how to identify and how to recognize some signals. And that's when mental health becomes a very core part of the entire healthcare system.
Correct. So now that we've discussed the key areas of what the allocation was, I have a question for all you experts. What is the advantage when we look at the Indian healthcare system as compared to anywhere else, like the NHS, for instance? So what are the key aspects where we are really strong? Let's talk about that. We're always talking about challenges in every sector. I mean, whenever there's a discussion or something happening, we'll always ask the experts what more can we do. We'll come to that. We'll wrap up with that. But before that, my question to you, what are the advantages that the Indian healthcare system has when we compare it to other systems? So, Dr. Singh, I'll start with you on this.
Very, very good question. I think we have the world's largest medical colleges globally.
Yeah.
We produce largest number of medical nursing. Not sure about allied health. We don't have the data. So we produce largest number of them. So they are there nationally. They are also have an international presence. Now, with this new Allied Health Council coming in, we'll be producing largest number of allied health science people to be employed nationally, again internationally. One thing which was very important and if you see with the President of United States, who's so mercurial, we don't know how do you prepare yourself. Make in India is so very important. And then all this modern medicine has its all work being done elsewhere, very limited. Ayurveda and Ayush is ours.
Is ours, yeah.
And that is the strength. And we have not been able to capture the strength only because documentation has been poor. We have been treating well. We have fantastic Ayurveda physicians, Nadi physicians, homeopathy, but unfortunately they didn't document it well, and they didn't go through those phase 1 to phase 5 trials and research. And the trust towards yes and no was not there. So there is a lot of push because that's ours, and a lot of it is patent, which belongs to us. And that is what should be again sort of promoted. There is also a lot of push with respect to internal building. So we are the pharmacy capital of the world. We have the largest APIs of the world. We produce almost 42% of what we also export. And if that is the nature of our production, then why not do similar thing for the most advanced biosimilars and biopharmas, and the things are changing, and those are all need to be available. And if that also can be done internally, that would be so very, very important. So I think there are lots of positive. The demographic dividend of young people, young doctors, young medical, young nursing, young being available to us is again very important. And then there is huge investment now coming in for research, because unfortunately we have always been following what the West does, and the West gives us the research ideas. Now there is a focus because there is a budget and for research and innovation, and that is how the new research questions will be asked, the innovation will happen, which would be definitely cost effective, because a multinational company who has insulin pump is 3.5 lakh rupees. An Indian company which has an insulin pump is 25,000 rupees. It is going to benefit so many people. So a very frugal way of research and innovation. So there are a huge number of positives in our country, and I think we should capitalize on it.
Absolutely. Dr. Thakwani, let's hear from you on advantage of the Indian healthcare system. What are our advantages?
So most of the advantages has been already enumerated by Dr. Sanjeev Singh, but I would like to add one more thing to it: the medical tourism. So medical tourism and an integrated care model, because we are providing that all the medical facility at a very cheaper cost and at a very good like quality. So a lot of patients, apart as far as oncology is concerned, thousands of patients are coming per year from different parts of the country to India to get the treatment, and there are many advantages for them to come here. One is that they are planning their visit to India. They are going to India as a tourist also, apart from the treatment. Apart from that, they are getting the treatment at a very cheaper cost. Good quality of treatments is being provided by the corporate hospitals which are there nowadays in our throughout our country. And apart from that, they are getting appointment immediately. They don't have to wait for a long, as compared to if we compare it with the US or from the European or West countries. So they are getting appointment for around a year, 6 months. But if they come to India, they get immediate appointment within a week or next day also in many hospitals. So all these are the advantages what the foreigners who are coming for the treatment to India, they are getting.
That is true. That is true. What you said is absolutely true. In other healthcare systems in Europe and things like that, even as a regular patient, it takes you so many months to be able to see a doctor and move forward with your treatment plan. But you're right. So now, I'm going to come to all of you for your closing remarks, because we've had a nice thank you for your time and So, but let's go with the closing remarks. Dr. Neerja, your closing remarks on where we're at, what we need to do, what can we do better?
I think of going forward from here on, we are in a very good position. And I would once again want to reinstate that getting mental health into the forefront is a very, very warm welcome. So if you want to ask me, one closing statement from me is integrating mental health, physical health, and financial health of the country is the key for economic and social resilience in India and for sustainable growth. That's one statement I would want to close with.
Thank you. Thank you. Dr. Singh, your closing remarks. Where are we? Where are we? Yeah.
So I think we are doing well. We need a huge infrastructure. People need to go to the rural areas and man the PHCs and the secondary care.
Yeah.
Because if 68% of them are still in rural, why are they unattended? So what do we need to do to have people be present there? We need to incentivize, and that should be one of our policies, because that is one big chunk which is sort of left unattended. And that is where I think the second point, which is critical, is health, unfortunately, is a state subject. So you are left to some states who will do agree. Like Ayushman Bharat is the world's largest insurance, such a fantastic program. Some of the states don't adhere to it, and they don't pass on this benefit to the public.
Yeah.
And even if you have a national policy, state may adopt it, state may not adopt it. So just like finance budget, can there be a health budget where it is national in
Yeah.
nature, and then state can pick in, still have some kind of federal nature? Because if we just leave it to them and every time we say it's a state subject and it can be done, it may not be done, some do, some don't. I think these two things we somewhere need to, as an infrastructure and framework, may have to address.
Yeah, I like that. That it should be, they can just plug into it then instead of just leaving it as a state
So,
subject.
Jyotsna, we were meeting the health minister and we thought we are asking a very intelligent question, and we were telling him, why 1.9% GDP? Why don't you spend more?
Yeah.
And very simply he asked, I give money to the state, they give me back, and you are asking me to spend more?
Mm.
I think that is where we are possibly going wrong.
There's that disconnect, I think. Yeah. So the very, very, very valid point. Dr. Thakwani, your closing remarks.
Yeah. So, looking at the health budget by the government of India, I was very much enthusiastic. So, I would love to say that future of oncology in India is not just about the new drugs only, because they have given a lot of discounts on the new drugs, but about new systems also, systems that make innovation accessible, affordable, and equitable to all the residents of India.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for being here, for discussing and giving us all these wonderful ideas and your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
So much. I'm going to get my colleague Tarannum back online for, I think, the next discussion. Tarannum, I think. Right. Thank you so much.
Yes, even.
I think you just have to click off. Yeah. Tarannum, hi. I'm going to hand it over to you now for the next discussion.
Thank you so much, Josna. In fact, I would be joined by another colleague of mine, Urvi. I think she'll be joining in just a few minutes. Thank you so much, Josna. That was a wonderful discussion we had on the healthcare sector.
Yes, it was really good. And we covered all the key points that have been. This time, healthcare, like we were talking earlier, has got some very important allocations, and key areas were kind of highlighted. So thanks so much.
Thank you so much, Josna. And I'll just wait for Urvi to join in. And once she is on air, we'll be going on further discussions.
Hello, everybody. It's been over 24 hours now that the budget has been announced, and analysts are coming out with their own readings of how the budget is impacting their sector and so on and so forth. So, there are some broad contours that most people are now agreeing with. The first being, of course, that the budget is manufacturing and service sector focused. While that is a good thing, and these are the key pillars of the Indian economy, we should not forget that a lot of aspects have been left uncovered. Firstly, startups were not covered in this budget. The energy sector, apart from carbon capture, was not highlighted massively. The housing sector was largely ignored. Not to mention that people were expecting a large change in the TDS as it happened last year. So I think the common man did not really get too much out of the budget, and we did not see the tax cap rising as it happened in 2025. So yes, these are some of the broad contours that people or the industry experts are looking at. And with that, I would like to invite my colleague, Miss Tarannum Manjul, who's the assistant editor at Business World, to give you some key highlights of the budget.
Thank you so much, Urvi. And in fact, since yesterday, both of us have been analyzing and discussing the budget with a lot of experts. So before, in fact, getting into the key points, I remember that you spoke to the panelists from energy sector yesterday. So what was the opinion? Because energy and renewable energy has been one of the key points, key points whenever the prime minister has been announcing, making several announcements. What do you think the energy sector actually got from the budget?
The opinions about the energy sector were a mixed bag. Some of them thought that the budget was comprehensive as far as energy is concerned, and there were others who said that we will have to read into the fine print to figure out how it directly or indirectly impacts the energy sector. So, yeah, it was a mixed bag. When it comes to directly talking about this sector, it was mainly focused on carbon capture, utilization, and storage. The aspects of, say, green hydrogen was overlooked. And of course, we have nuclear energy, which has been in the limelight since the Shanti Bill was announced last year. So, yes, a lot is being done in that aspect as well. However, all the 360-degree aspects were not addressed in the budget, and I think we can't expect a single document to play out everything for everybody. So let's see how the sector progresses across the year, what laws and what on-ground implementations we can see. But yes, manufacturing does have a cascading impact on the Make in India aspect of the energy sector when it comes to manufacturing silicon chips or battery components. So right now we are heavily China dependent, but indirectly, yes, the budget does have an impact on the Make in India aspect of energy sector.
Definitely. In fact, when we are like looking at the budget and when we are just having a bird's eye view on the budget right now, what actually caught my eye was the MSME and SME support, because we also did a panel with the retail experts in the morning, and of course a lot of them were a part of the MSME circle. And a new 10,000 crore rupee SME growth fund has been proposed by the government in this budget to create champion SMEs, alongside an additional rupees 2,000 crores for Self-Reliant India Fund. Now, when we were actually discussing this, SME and MSME support, we realized that somehow the budget was, of course, emphasizing on Make in India, and Indian brands will now have to also, since they're getting so much support, so they will have to level up their manufacturing and compete with the global giants. One thing that actually came out was that somehow the budget is not giving extra power to the consumer. So there is not much for the consumer as such, for the common man as such, and what the retail market did feel. But yes, since the budget was creating jobs also, and there's a lot of emphasis on skill development, uh, of course there'll be a little more, more consumers who will have purchasing power in their hand. What is your opinion on this, then, Urvi, as a consumer, if we look at it then?
I'm sorry, I didn't get the last sentence. You were cutting out.
Yeah. So I said that as a consumer, when you look at the budget and when you look at how the taxes and the SMEs and MSMEs have been brought into limelight, as a consumer, how do you look at the budget then?
I mean, if I was somebody who is running an MSME right now, I would be really happy given the 10,000 CR plus outlay. So it is a very positive thing when it comes to supporting tier 2 and tier 3 cities, which is where the economic growth lies right now in India. Whether it comes to startups targeting markets, whether it is people who are building up businesses, tier 2 and tier 3 are where the growth is, where the growth lies. So yes, as a consumer, as somebody, if I was in their shoes, I would be pretty happy because it addresses us very, very directly. And what about you? How would you read into the budget as somebody who is, say, in the media sector?
Well, looking at the budget since yesterday, and in fact talking to various people, Urvi, what I felt was that there have been a lot of misses in this budget, but then of course I spoke to experts from the agriculture sector, and of course rural and agriculture, these two sectors have been given a good amount of boost, especially if you look at the southern states of India. So there has been a special program for coconut. There's special emphasis on walnuts. There's special emphasis on cocoa as well, and farming of these, and there's special programs for this. And yesterday, when I was discussing this with the experts from the agriculture sector, also since sustainable agriculture has also been emphasized upon. So they felt that finally India is talking about sustainability in terms of agriculture as well. Also, although the factors like climate change and looking at some measures to counter that were still missed out. But when I look at the budget now, I feel that it's been a mixed bag kind of a budget. Urvi, in fact, when we were discussing the budget, one more thing that actually came out was taxation. So there were no
Yes.
major changes as in taxes, and both of us are working women. So as working women and as a working woman, how do you look at the tax slabs now?
I was about to bring up another point altogether, but let me just deliberate about what you were talking about, how the taxation will impact us as working women. So I would say that measures like, say, tax simplification, easier compliance, digital services, they indicate a calmer market and I would say long-term job security and job growth. So, over and above that, the working women are also supposed to get practical support through services, and there was a lot of emphasis in care infrastructure this time. So, the investments that we see in healthcare and the new taxation that came out in whether it is the care economy, the healthcare economy. So, yeah, those aspects when it comes to us as working women and other ladies out there, definitely it has a positive impact on the working population of women out there. I would like to highlight another aspect of, since we're talking about tax, there was a lot of debate about something which we call securities transaction tax, or the STT. People had very diverging views about what was said in the budget, but just to clarify it a little, uh, the idea is that for capital markets, it would be about maturity and discipline rather than chasing short-term excitement, which is what the budget was focusing about. The same goes for the increase in securities transaction tax, or the STT, on futures and options. So this is a strong signal to the government that they want to cool excessive speculative activities, especially when it comes to small-time investors. It is going to really have a positive impact on them. It reflects a view that markets should serve as mechanisms for capital formation and not just a get rich quick scheme, and not just high frequency trading arenas, which is detached from the real aspect of economy. So in the in the near term, it will definitely reduce some trading volume, but I think it is going to have a lot of positive impact when it comes to long term stability. And it's not an anti-market budget, it's not an anti-tax budget, but it is definitely a budget for the years to come, with some minimal sacrifices in the immediate term. And what's your take on that?
In fact, what I was also about to ask you, Urvi, just if you look at the markets, we all know that the markets crashed yesterday after the budget, and there was a lot of hue and cry, and as they say in the market terminology, a bloodbath on the Dalal Street. So if you can just in fact simplify it for someone who's entering the stock market and youngsters, since the budget also talks about Yuva Shakti, the youngsters are very keen at understanding the stock markets. why do you think, what was the reason for this impact on the stock markets? If you look at it, because you spoke to some market experts as well yesterday.
Um, I think it's the nature of the market. Whenever there is a change of any kind, good or bad, it is going to crash at least temporarily and then it recovers. So it's not just about the union budget, it is just how the markets work overall. Uh, so yeah, I don't think it's something to be taken uh, too much to heart right now. I think the STT had a very solid impact on how people are going to see. Um, so yeah, I don't think it's a fundamentals led crash. It's a temporary drive by the budget that was announced.
In fact, one more point, Urvi, which I really liked yesterday was how the budget, like the last budget also, we saw this, emphasizes and puts a lot of focus on rural women empowerment. So there was a lot of conversation about Lakpati Didi scheme, and in fact, the Prime Minister himself has been talking about the Lakpati Didi scheme in his Mann Ki Baat programs. And there was something called She Marts that were introduced yesterday, which
Yes.
are community-owned retail outlets for rural women-led enterprises and self-help groups. So somehow, when the FM was talking, she herself is a woman. We realized that there's a lot of emphasis on women self-help groups and women entrepreneurs. And even when you're talking about MSMEs, if you look at the entire budget focus, somewhere they're actually pushing younger women to get into entrepreneurship, giving them easy loans, creating schemes for them. You, as a youngster, in fact, Urvi, how do you look at this point now?
Um, I think that any help is appreciated, especially if you come from a situation which is not already advantaged. So, yes, when you talk about skilling and community based entrepreneurships rather than direct cash transfers, that's also a very big thing because the money might or might not reach them. So yes, a direct cash transfer is something that has been completely avoided this time. The focus is on livelihood skilling, community-based entrepreneurship with the help of self-help groups. There was a point on women-led fisheries and agri-value chains and expansion of she marts, which will give rural women income generating opportunities and access to local markets. So, yes, I would say that, yes, if I was in their place, I would be pretty thrilled about it. There is also a push for care economy and health infrastructure, including the caregiver training, animal husbandry, rural healthcare facilities. So, these are jobs that where rural women are already participating heavily. It will also reduce the burden of unpaid economics on them. So if we actually provide training in these aspects, they can become very self-sufficient. So yes, it's not extremely transformational, but it is an incremental process. How
In fact,
about you?
one
How
more
do you
thing.
see this? The measures taken by the government for the women in this budget?
Yeah, in fact, Urvi, what interesting thing came out during my conversation with retail panelists was that there was a panelist from the beauty and salon sector, and he said that even in rural India, women and men both have become very self-conscious. So they're they're becoming very caring types. So even in rural India, you see people getting into grooming, and with more job creations and giving more income opportunity to the rural and tier two and tier three cities now, somehow this sector, like this industry, the beauty and salon sector, would definitely benefit because one, it will have more skilled people. Of course, since there's a lot of emphasis on skill development, and definitely more skilled people also will mean more income generating, and more income generation would mean more consumer power, more people getting into grooming mode now. So they were pretty happy that, of course, these are better signs, and then they also spoke about the recent FTAs with the various countries, in fact, that how global brands are more coming into India, and they're also looking at tier two and tier three market now. So somehow giving more power to the women, especially rural women, also has its positive impact on several other sectors. When we talk about grooming, when we talk about self-care, when we talk about wellness for that matter, when we talk about employment, of course, it has a very diverse impact, but a very diverse positive impact on different sectors. So, Uri, in fact, when we look down at the budget, in terms of infrastructure, there were a lot of things that happened yesterday when the new logistics corridors were announced. Of course, that will help a lot with the more like the e-commerce sector, of course, and there were new railway corridors also announced. And plus, there was a lot of emphasis on travel and tourism as well.
Hmm.
So, if I look at you as a youngster who would love to travel, what's your opinion on that then?
I think I wouldn't, of course, directly benefit. I remember there was one talking point wherein the minister said that they would invest in the skilling of tour guides in cultural and socially important places. So yes, while it is great for them, the immediate beneficiary is going to be the tourism sector, which is great. They are one of the largest, I think, the third largest revenue generating stream in the country. So yeah, that's a very important aspect to address, and the fact that they are doing it in collaboration with the IIMs, they are going to get a certification. So that's also very good for somebody who, say, wants to move out of their current profession, say they want to go to an alternative profession or start their own business and so on and so forth. So yeah, that's also a very good aspect. Another thing is that to facilitate tourism, there was also massive focus on infrastructure. If I may say that this is an infrastructure budget out and out. So they see it as the backbone of India's growth strategy. So there was a focus on connectivity, efficiency, dedicated freight corridors. I think there were about seven of them connecting the major cities in the country. So yes, it's not just tourism singularly that has been addressed. It is also the adjacent industries which fuel tourism. So yeah, I think it's a great move. Let's see how it actually pans out. Because ultimately what we say on paper versus what happens in real life can at times be completely different things. And what about you? How do you see these policies impacting tier 2 and tier 3 cities, which is something that the FM had really focused on in this particular budget?
When I look at it, like I am also based out of a tier 2 city. So when I look at this, I definitely feel that the emphasis on tier 2 cities and tier 3 cities does make a very positive sign that, okay, the government is looking beyond the metros now. And of course, everyone realizes that the real consumption power is now with the tier 2 and the tier 3 cities. So when we look at retail for that matter, we see luxury brands coming up in these cities. We see luxury brands, if not directly, then coming through e-commerce. I was speaking to a few education experts, and they also felt the same, that education sector also has been given, a lot of emphasis has been put on new institutions, like an institution for like National Institution for Design was also spoken about, and a lot of emphasis has been put on education opportunities for people from tier 2 and tier 3 cities, so they don't have to travel to bigger cities now. They would rather have more skilled and AI, managed options in their own cities. So yes, of course, tier 2 and tier 3 cities definitely are on a win-win with this budget, because every sector, if you see, there was a lot of emphasis on tier 2 and tier 3, tier 2 and tier 3. Somehow people in the tier 2 and the tier 3 cities felt very happy that, okay, at least there's an announcement for them. People are talking about them. And even when we look at real estate for that matter, now that the cities are being well connected through waterways also, so there was like around 20 new waterway that was announced yesterday to ease transportation between cities, and somehow the east and the west and the north and the south have been well connected. So people also felt that when like we've been talking to real estate experts as well, they also are of the opinion that the tier 2 cities have higher buying capacity. And of course, in terms of real estate sector, if you look at it, the market is much bigger in tier 2 cities compared to the saturated metro cities that we see in India now. So in fact, I believe one of our next uh, colleagues, in fact, Utkarsh, is all set to get in there with his panelist on the auto sector.
Right. I think we had a pretty good overview of the key points of the budget, and with that, I think we should hand the mantle over to Utkarsh now, who is going to be the moderator for the next panel, which is Budget 2026. Um, the big takeaways for the Indian automotive sector. Utkarsh, over to you.
Yeah, in fact, we would have Utkarsh there joining in a minute. Thank you so much, Urvi. That was a wonderful discussion we had on this.
Thank
And
you.
we have a
Likewise.
lot,
Yeah.
same here. We have a lot of panelists coming over from the auto sector now, and I'm sure a lot of youngsters would be more keen at, looking at this because a lot of us, like a lot of people like us with more buying power would be, waiting for the budget to get their next car or the next super bike for that matter. So handing it over to Utkarsh now. Thank you so much, Urvi, and
Thank you,
have a great day.
Taranum. We had, I think, a very nice discussion on the budget.
Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Urvi and Tarunum. That was a very in-depth recap of the Union Budget 2026-27 across the sectors. I would like to request all my panelists to switch on their cameras and rename themselves as their names. That will help us. I'll wait for the other panelists as well to join us. For in the meanwhile, we'll start at in 5 minutes.
Sure.
Thank you.
Good.
Thank you.
Hello, check audio.
ठीक है done है.
Hello, audio. Okay. ठीक है.
मेरे को यहाँ
Hi, Abhijit.
Hi.
I think you'll have to rename yourself. You're, being shown as Utkarsh Agarwal. I think that was with me as well. So just rename yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, hi. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hi, good afternoon. That's Ayush, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Ayush, I think you will also have to rename yourself. You're also being written as Utkarsh Agarwal. Yeah.
So now Utkarsh is Utkarsh.
Yeah.
The rest
Yes.
others are not Utkarsh.
Yes. So Poonam is joining us in a short while. So Salman, I'm starting. Thank you and Urvi and Tarunum for the insights that you shared previously. That was a very in-depth recap of the Union Budget 2026-27 across the sectors. Now, I would like to take over and I'll introduce myself. I'm Utkarsh Agarwal, Senior Editorial Lead for BW Auto World. And I would like to firstly thank our audience who are watching us live since yesterday on our social media platforms, and to all the panelists who have joined us today to discuss and decode what are the big key takeaways from the Union Budget 2026-27 for the Indian automotive sector. Now, for this, I've been joined by an eminent panel. I'm joined by Mr. Abhijit Sinha, Program Director for NHEV and National Program Director, Ease of Doing Business. Mr. Himanshu Arya, Founder and CEO of Luxury Card. Poonam Upadhyay will be joining us shortly, Director of CRISIL Ratings. Mr. Ayush Lohia, CEO of Yodha, and Mr. Pratyush Sinha, Vice President of Policy Outreach at Lohan. Thank you all for joining us today. I would like to go across to all of you. You all heard the Finance Minister speaking yesterday for the budget. How do you read the budget, or what are the big key takeaways for you guys? I'll start with Mr. Sinha, Abhijit Sinha, if you can start.
Hi, Utkarsh. I hope I am audible and visible to all of you.
Yes, you are.
So I look at this budget as a budget of emerging economies, as a budget of a direction. It's not a budget of giving something in different brackets or different microeconomies, but it is about building new emerging markets. And the second most important thing with this budget is it has came in such a time where the geopolitical conflicts and their considerations are something which we cannot ignore. And if I anchor major two of them, then oil import in a conflicting situation like today is something which we will have to cure. And second is twisted trade tariff, that triple T which we are talking from yesterday, which has given us a heads up that something of this sort can come in next vision also. Bringing both of them together, if you look at budget for oil import, it means it is a call for decarbonization. It is a call for decarbonization for auto sector, for surface transport, for logistic, for mobility, for railway, for freight. So in this, if you look at decarbonization, it requires two basic requirements, two basic expectations. One is a focus on critical minerals, both from the finding, processing, and also to a certain extent then making it into batteries. And budget speaks about both of them. 20,000 crore rupees is for the carbon capture, which essentially gives room for every sector to look into its need and decarbonization plan. And second, exemption on lithium ion batteries components. So if someone willing to create something of this sort, it is going to give them a good push, this budget. Third is critical rare earth element or rare earth materials clusters. 6 or 7 clusters has been announced. So if I look at renewable energy point of view, then hydrogen has got some good improvement. Nuclear has got some considerations. And apart from this, 2,000 crore rupees for carbon capture and exemption into lithium component. It is also speaking about MSME to grow further and create the capabilities which is needed by India. So oil economy and oil side, we are very good. At the other side, if I'll go twisted trade tariff, it is speaking most about how tomorrow, if something of this sort comes again, what happened in last 1 year with the Trump's twisted trade tariffs, how are we placed? This is something where only government could have done in 2026 because it's a slow solution. There is no magic solution that you can improve your export and you can change the way world order is set. And to make sure that we are not only a product driven economy, we are also a service driven economy. We also have soft skill. We also have knowledge economy, tech economy. It is very important to balance between them. Otherwise, until and unless your export and trade is circular around the product, you will always have this threat of twisted trade tariff. So I look at this budget on a very good mode, good note, and I sum it up as a budget for circular economy, a budget for clean economy, green economy. Huge adjustments, huge improvements that government could made this year, which was not available in last 1 year. Last year also there was an expectation that there would be a significant announcement, but I could not see numbers in last year, though intent was there that taxonomy will come and much more will be available. But in this year, apart now, I'm moving to green energy where 19,500 crore for renewable expansions. This was very much needed because we were running ahead into our renewable targets, but mobility industry alone is going to put a demand in front of renewable energy, and this would not been possible if there are no allocation to it. 8,300 crore rupees for clean air, waste and MSME. And there is another 5,000 crore rupees for mobility within the city, infrastructure within the city, and another 4,000 crore rupees for 7 high-speed rail corridors. So it speaks about mobility. Government has taken a note that people are not happy with what mobility we are offering them. There are huge infrastructure spent which government has done into last 10 years from 2014 to 2024. But still half an hour of rain and Delhi, Gurgaon and many other, it's not only a story of Delhi, Gurgaon, Bangalore is moreover same, Chennai is moreover same. So what is the outcome? How much ease of mobility is reaching to people is something government has noticed, and a 5,000 crore rupees allocated for intra-city, not the intercity, in the construction and the manufacturing side. And last but not least, semiconductor and MSME productivity funding. Semiconductor is something which automobile industry wanted, chip industries wanted, and many more who are dependent on semiconductor. And this gives a very strong climate signal. Though into electric vehicle EV sector for electrification, 2,500 crore rupees separately has came for EV battery ecosystem scaling, charging infrastructure, and going ahead. I think emission and 45% emission intensity by 2030. It has came as an intent. It has not came with an outlay. So to me, it looks like a beginning budget, which is indicating to circular economy, green economy. It is also indicating a pathway where India's national master plan, Viksit Bharat National Master Plan, is first time visible in India in numbers. Earlier it was a talk, earlier it was a conversation, intent, very strong intent, though I'd say. But this year, when Government of India has clearly announced a tax holiday till 2047 for a company which is setting up their cloud and their artificial intelligence data centers, it really speaks in numbers. So to me, it's a budget of emerging technologies, emerging economies, and also circular and green economy.
Budget of emerging technologies. Thank you for so much for the in-depth insights into the budget. And Poonam has also joined us. Poonam, now though the budget has quietly touched upon everything that powers this industry, from semiconductors, rare earth corridors, to the clean mobility fuels that we will see in the future. But how do you read the budget? What are your initial impressions? Do you find this budget positive, neutral, or underwhelming?
So I would say Abhijit ji has already touched upon almost all the points.
Yes.
See, purely if I have to talk from just from the auto sector perspective, because that's what we wanted to look at, I would still say this budget is still quite a positive. There are no big bang announcements, but then it is still, so from that perspective, one can say that it is neutral on an immediate demand side. If there is anything specific about the EV demand that has come in to spurt that, again, there is nothing specific. But then if someone were to look at, the support has been coming it from a calibrated approach under the PME drive scheme throughout the year as the conditions in this segment evolved. And then apart from that, what we also saw that the demand was support has already come in from some of the measures like GST rationalization that helped the sector revive on the demand side, and which is already visible from the numbers that are coming for last 4 months that we are seeing. So I would basically say I think the government's approach has changed. The government has moved away from moved more towards, I would call it as a continuous policy approach instead of waiting, for the budget day to announce everything when it comes to not just auto, but in overall sector, I would say. And hence, I think we should change our lens and we should start looking at this budget as one of the step in the ongoing policy processes and no more as a one-day event that we have been looking in the past. So if I have to just summarize, like sir already talked about, budget is emphasizing on strengthening 4 aspects: manufacturing, localization, future mobility, and definitely the infrastructure. Because all these 4 counts will have its own implication, impact on the auto sector. So one can say that it will not deliver an instant demand, but definitely it will ensure that the sector will continue to see a steady and sustainable growth over the medium term. That's how I will sum up. I mean, like how I see this budget that came in yesterday.
All right, thank you. Coming to Mr. Loya, to you, how do you read the budget? As Poonam also mentioned, that the government has already announced the GST rationalization in the last year in September, but that didn't affect the EV industry much. But the mismatch between the EV GST on the EV batteries and the electric vehicles is still a concern. So, how do you read the budget?
So as such, if you see from the overall perspective, the budget has been very positive, as Mr. Abhijit and Ms. Poonam rightly pointed out. There are a lot of aspects which are being covered in this budget. Specifically, if you talk about from electric vehicle industry, government has made their point very clear that the industry has already reached to a location where there doesn't need any further subsidy. And that's what we can clearly see. There was no increase in electric vehicle subsidy budget. There is no specific talk about how the sales can be driven in the market, no incentive on that side. But the focus is more on the battery side, which is almost 50% of the vehicle cost. So government is very clear that they want to ensure the supply chain from both the battery lithium-ion cell side or from the key like materials are concerned, whether you talk about rare earth or all those components. So government is very clear that they want to develop the supply chain. They don't want to depend on imports of different materials or battery cells, lithium cells. So that is a positive side when it comes to electric vehicle. And it is also very clear, as rightly mentioned, that there has been dedicated talks or speech about the all the semiconductor components, all products related to the battery, like whether the capital goods imports are concerned or the machinery for battery manufacturing is concerned. And definitely about AI side, they have talked about the storage systems and all those things. So for sure, it is going to affect directly, indirectly electric vehicle also. So that because it is all talking about renewable energy and the future aspects, how India can turn renewable, less usage of fossil fuel or carbon emissions can be utilized in a better format. So all those things are positive on one side. The only thing which we anticipated for electric vehicle is one area which was still untouched was the retail finance side. We was expecting and we are asking for this retail finance support to make it priority in electric vehicle, even if they have reduced the subsidy. If they would have just helped electric vehicle industry by make it under priority lending, then it would have really helped the industry in a big way, because every vehicle sold, almost 90-95% of vehicles sold in automotive industry are through finances, and finance plays a very important role. So if they could have just put electric vehicle under priority lending, it could have definitely benefited the industry by large. So that is a most important point which I requested, and in fact we anticipated that some kind of hope will come from that sector.
Thank you. You made very important points.
Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Pratyush Sinha, if I can come to you, being an important player in the battery recycling ecosystem, and our Minister for National Highways and Road Transport, Nitin Gadkari, has also been focusing majorly and has stressed previously also on the battery recycling. Were you expecting anything from the budget around this area?
Hey, Utkarsh. No, I think overall for recycling, the government has put in a lot of work over the last 1 year, over the last couple of years, in fact. So on that front, we weren't expecting any major reforms as such, but I believe there's been an announcement on the reduction of TCS to 2% on scrap. So we'll await further details on that, but that is something that could certainly be of interest. But what has been of interest is more on the, as my other panelists have mentioned, on the supply side. For us, the way we look at budget is it's more of a budget of value addition and supply chain security. And value addition is what I would term as the key word for this. The government had announced plans for semiconductor machines earlier, for electronics earlier. Now the component ecosystem is being given an additional thrust. Similarly, the semiconductor ecosystem is being given additional thrust. And similarly, the critical minerals ecosystem is being given an additional thrust. So one of the very interesting announcements that has been made is around duty exemption on capital goods for critical minerals. And again, this will feed into recycling as well. But in general, one of the reasons why Indian companies might have some sort of competitive issues is on the upfront capital investment, where a lot of the equipments are in fact manufactured in China or Japan, particularly when it comes to niche critical minerals and when it comes to high scale operations. And that's where some of the competitive edge is with China. And by removing this duty, that helps Indian players become a bit more competitive. There's also been an announcement for chemical parks, which again will indirectly support the critical minerals industry, the advanced materials industry, and the recycling industry. So I think there's been a lot of very specific intervention that has been made with the idea to increase the value addition in India across various different sectors, starting from materials and looking at a circularity point of view. So I think that way it's been positive, and it's been a continuation of what we've seen in the previous budgets and in previous policy announcements.
All right. Mr. Arya, if I can come to you, how do you read the budget from the pre-owned car industry perspective? The government has recently signed an FTA with the India EU as well. How does that affect, and were you expecting any more clarifications in the budget for the industry as well?
Okay, so last year was quite eventful. The first event being the reduction in GST. That saw immediate jump on the consumer side in terms of demand. Last week we saw the FTA coming in. A lot of misinformation though online. With respect to reduction in car prices, which is not happening. The way misinformation was spreading.
But overall, a very positive move. The government is taking the right steps to rationalize costs for the end consumer. One form of subsidy still continues from the state authorities in terms of, making the road tax zero for electric vehicles in a lot of states. So that continues, with respect to the EV adoption. Where India is headed, and when I look at the budget is becoming independent on every aspect. We still have a lot of dependence on rare earth metals, semiconductors. So a lot of push is coming, from the government side to make India independent, so that we are not, impacted much by this global chaos that's going on at the moment. And I think in the near term will continue to, be there. The way overall geopolitics is evolving, globally. So I'll say the budget is more or less neutral. The government is taking the right steps and not waiting for budgets to do big announcements. Those are happening in parallel. From my expectation perspective, I wish and government should intervene from a policy framework perspective of making one country, one road tax, which is different from different states. That really impacts the pre-owned car market because of the different tax slabs in different cities, and you can't drive other state vehicles in other states. So if that comes in, I think that would be a big boost to my industry. And I don't have much expectations, but I'll say, the framework should be solid and should be fixed. It should not keep on changing. I think that's what is disturbing for most of the businesses.
All right. So all the panelists have spoken and given their first impressions of the budget. Very mixed reactions coming in. Somebody said very positive, somebody said neutral, and some highlighted what were they expecting. But Mr. Abhijit Sinha, if I can come to you, the EV adoption is growing. And the major concerns with the electric vehicles still remains the charging infrastructure and the range anxiety. How do you see that? How do you read that? Were you expecting any clear policies? Because previously as well, before the budget, when I was speaking to the industry players, they were mentioning that they were seeking some long-term clarities around the policies rather than short-term gains. So how do you see that?
See, if you look at electric vehicle, there are two ecosystems, one which is into city, another one which is on the highways. Yes. When you look at highways ecosystem, then you require resilience and you require to put on certain amount of confidence into both passenger vehicle segment and also into freight vehicle segment. Over a period of time, whatever charges and whatever growth of infrastructure has happened on highways, this could not create that level of confidence, particularly to freight or bus or to fleet operators. And it zeroed down to the onus of adoption on individual people to buy cars and use it intercity without having that confidence. It will only come when we will understand that going forward in the tech journey, vehicles range is going to increase. And when vehicles range are going to increase, ultimately you will have a range where you will not need charger here and there. After each 5, 10, 20, 30, 50 kilometers, you will at least need a charger after 100 kilometers. So instead of making lot of efforts to make chargers who does not work, it is better to make one charging station after 100 kilometers, which never disappoint you. And that is where National Highway Electric Vehicle starts. And it has done, I think, a very good amount of work to make sure that after each 100 kilometers, if there is a station with 36 plus chargers, it will not disappoint. It will give you uptime. It will give you a charge. But at the same time, it requires a huge amount of battery. And that battery is something without which you cannot keep the wind power, solar power, and maybe if you have grid, which is charging batteries for dispensing when grid power is not available, it all zero down to having an amount of battery on these stations. So this budget, when we speak about, is giving a clarity on how battery industry has to grow. It is a huge push to such one station of National Highway EV is around 3.2 megawatt. So you can understand it has 36 charger in the beginning. It has capability to go up to 72 charger. So I look at this ecosystem as an ecosystem for confidence, for resilience. We don't want people to buy vehicle. Particularly, I'm not against the transition, but I'm more into giving them ease of mobility. that if they don't own a vehicle, then also they get a bus for intercity ride. They get a car, electric car for their intercity and staycation and holiday needs, electric cars. And these cars and trucks, they have that confidence to run between cities depending on these infrastructure. Plus freight. And freight is something where you cannot talk ambitions. You have to be very, very realistic to give hard to abate sectors a option which is less in cost and confidence which is needed for them to do that transition, to take that call, to issue that check that okay, we are entering into it. In this today's scenario is very, very critical. If we fail to create such ecosystem, what we have created as of now in last 7 to 8 years, all infrastructure of electric mobility, be it a small company or a big company, PSU or government paid or government purchase charger, 98% of them, they are into losses. So the next generation, which is looking into large ticket infrastructure, large ticket investment into electric mobility infrastructure, is definitely going to take call with the previous investors that what is your break even, what is your utilization. And if we do not create a case of proper, at least not profit, but at least an earning pattern, then we will lose this case. And that is where National Highway EV is placed to make profitability. And last thing which I wish to add is government has been expecting a lot from industry. Government has been expecting that you get your land on the highway. You also get timely connection from the discoms. Then you also secure your site. You do the access. These all are super expectation. Private companies, fleet operators, charge point operators, they'll not be able to do it. So our goal from the beginning was to release two people from their responsibility. We do not want people to buy car and buses, that I have told you, but we also do not want companies to get into land acquisitions. So consider it's a co-working space after each 100 km, 5 acre in size, 4 times bigger than a petrol pump, with all amenities. Land is procured for you. Power of 3.2 megawatt is there. You can set up 32 plus charger there, 35 we place there. And last, the excess amenities, security, food court, two-wheeler, three-wheeler showroom, this all almost in a small terminal airport is there. Now your business, your fleet operation, your charger, what business you do, we are least bothered about. It's a co-working, it's a pure co-working space setup. This was needed, and for this we had two major expectations from budget. One is infrastructure require huge capital investment, and 1.5 lakh crore rupees for a 50 years interest-free loan from central government to state government was announced last year. It is not yet fully utilized by state governments for this infrastructure, and it required a PPP mode. I'm sure that there was no further allocation was needed this year because previous साल का ही अभी utilize नहीं हुआ. And second is what we needed is vehicle to vehicle communication, because all this infrastructure is earning. They all have to build a revenue.
Okay, I'll come to this vehicle-to-vehicle communication just a while because we're short on time, and I'll go across to other panelists as well. Mr. Loya, you heard Mr. Sinha as well. He talked about the realistic on-ground reality. Now, there has been a clear push for the clean mobility with the semiconductor mission 2.0, rare earth corridors, and the lithium-ion battery localization. So, how do you see from intent to actually execution? How much time will it take for the execution?
So definitely India is at a stage where right now they can focus, and all the entities, government initiatives can ensure that the process to be self-reliant, being into battery space, battery charging space, or as a circular economy, if you talk about, all those things are getting in place. We have seen a lot of startups are coming in already. Big companies, big institutes like Reliance, JSW are already planning to get into battery manufacturing. So those all kind of ecosystem are definitely getting into place. So what I feel overall from long-term perspective, we see future looks promising. We have been very slow in the progress, that is for sure. we need more aggressive outlook on electric vehicle to make sure that we achieve our target 2047 and then our Paris Agreement, whatever the case could be. So those kind of things we need to definitely focus on, keep improving our manufacturing facilities, further growth on new technologies. These are the important areas which need to be looked at it.
All right. Poonam, how do you see the investments and the cash flow moving in the industry now post the budget with all this clarification towards the clean mobility? Do you see companies investing more towards the clean mobility rather than the E20 fuel or the ICE vehicles, where also we are seeing some of the push, but where do you see the investments flowing?
Okay, so I'll not really get into that specific part, but what I would actually say is, what the investments would really look like, because that is something I leave it to the industry experts out over here. But from a larger perspective, if you ask how will the investment sentiments look like, I think one should see it to be much more confident after this budget. I don't expect it to be any kind of a euphoric investment that suddenly a huge amount will get invested in any of these segments, because this budget is what we really heard yesterday. It's not about pulling in capital through any short-term incentives that may get announced. That is something, a very clear message that has come from this budget. Instead, what it has done is it has improved the comfort around some long-term policy directions which a government is focusing on. And that is far more important, if you ask me, for the entire larger auto, as well as when it comes for the EV investment, be it on the rare earth, be it from the electronic component manufacturing scheme, setting up these corridors, incentivizing or doing away with the biofuel, the biogas part. All of that is something, which is talking about a long-term direction where we would want to invest. So investors can, from this budget, definitely draw a greater confidence when it comes to they channelizing or planning themselves, be it on the manufacturing front, be it someone having the intent to get into a localization aspect, or focusing on the clean mobility, or for that matter, someone wants to become supply chain resilient. For any of these four larger aspects, I think they have much more confidence today to plan some long-term commitments. But that no demand-driven bets is something is what I'm expecting. So near-term capital, in short, if I have to say, will still remain very selective. A very clear focus on execution capability and definitely the balance sheet strength. But what will happen over time is, as these policies becomes more clearer, there are definitive times which starts get announced. Capital will start flowing in gradually, but definitely nothing is something that I'm expecting will happen in next 1 to 2 years immediately.
Okay. Mr. Arya, as Poonam also mentioned, nothing's going to happen immediately. It'll take around 2 to 3 years. And we are seeing that a push, not just only for the electric vehicles, there's been a push for the ICE vehicles. Government has been promoting the E20 fuel as well. How do you read that direction? Where is the government heading?
I think, the way electric started and the whole subsidies came in, everyone wanted to do electric, but eventually, most of the manufacturers realized that, this is not the direction which is going to give them long-term profitability.
Yes.
So a lot of rollback has already happened on that front. India's largest player, decided not to jump on that bandwagon. Maruti Suzuki did jump on the electric bandwagon. On the alternate fuel front, E20 blending is the latest thing that has been seen. Hydrogen technology still remains unclear or non-viable, or how commercially viable would that be, is still not clear. So I think from the manufacturer's standpoint, everyone is just waiting for the technology to get better, for the technology to get clearer. Is electric the only way forward? Definitely not. Is ICE engines the only way forward? Definitely not. I think we're going to see a mix of everything in future to come, and everything is going to stay. Electric can't be the only mode for sure, because charging infrastructure in such a diverse country like India, is going to be a challenge. 50% of the cars still in India get parked on the roadside, so they're not going to go back home and charge them at home. And the private infrastructure to charge vehicles is still developing, except for the main highways and the metros. You go to any other place today, electric is very far. So I see this taking time. Manufacturers are going to take their own sweet time for the overall infrastructure to be developed. That's when we'll have a clear direction in terms of, which choice of vehicles will take up the future.
Okay, so we're going to have a choice of vehicles, multiple technologies in the future. So before ending this panel, I would like to take everybody's last word. If you all could describe the budget in one word, what would that be? I'll start with Mr. Pratyush Sinha. How has the budget been for the Indian automotive industry?
So as I said, I think the budget is about value addition, and the idea is how do we add value domestically, and through that probably reduce the cost and make end products more affordable for the end consumer. So that's what the budget has been about.
Okay, Mr. Abhijit Sinha, if you can describe the budget in just few words or just a word.
You are asking me from the auto perspective or overall?
Yes, auto.
Okay, so from auto perspective, budget has missed ICE engine and CAFE norms, which was very, very much important. But from the other side, in terms of modernization of mobility, particularly the transport, it looks like a budget with a good intent and good direction. It is not giving direction. It is not giving big ticket announcement. But this year in AI Summit, India AI Summit, you will hear a couple of very large ticket announcement, which would have automobile sector in trend. I wanted more time to discuss about V2V, but in perspective of time, we will keep it some other way.
Yes, definitely. We would like to discuss that some other time. But Mr. Lohia, if you can describe the budget in just a few terms for the Indian automotive.
I think this budget is again focusing on supply chain for electric vehicles. That is the whole idea. That's why we see a lot of incentives for corridors for manufacturing of rare earths, battery ion cell manufacturing. So it is more on the supply chain focus for the backward integration, so that we can have more secure, future. That's what I can say.
Mr. Arya, if you can describe the budget.
I think it has been a very obvious budget. No big announcements, but the obvious things have been given budget. For me, it is a very neutral budget. I think business goes on as usual for everyone.
Okay. Poonam.
I would say, I think from the auto side, the focus was very much on the semiconductor mission 2.0. Two key announcements that really happened over here. Definitely from the ECMS perspective, where the incentive amount has been kind of doubled, and definitely setting up this corridor for the rare earth minerals or the critical minerals, so to say. So I would say definitely somewhere on the larger side, the goal is very clear to align ourselves with the broader government's agenda of Atmanirbhar. So I would put it that way as the budget for the auto sector.
Okay, so very mixed reactions coming in from all the panelists over here. But I would like to thank all the panelists for joining us today and giving us all the insights. And you can log off now, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Have a nice day.
And now I would like to introduce and welcome our Group Editorial Director, Ms. Noor Fatima Barsia, to take the proceedings ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Utkarsh. It was a great panel discussion as usual, and we got to hear a lot about the auto sector. We will discuss the sustainability sector at about 4 p.m. But right now we have brought together a list of a host of expert perspectives for you, from industry captains cutting across finance, manufacturing, education, healthcare, infra, and policy. I'll be seeing you all shortly, but right now, let's take a look at these comments.
Sure.
Welcome to BW Business World. With me is Rajiv Gupta, Group President PB Fintech, and we are assessing what the budget signals for the Fintech Center. Welcome, sir. So my first question is, what is your overall reaction to the budget from Fintech and insurance perspective?
See, there has been no specific announcement on insurance in this budget.
However, the Insurance Amendment Act, which happened prior to the budget, made several announcements, which included 100% FDI, which also included MGAs. Several other reforms were announced in the Insurance Amendment Act. We believe that it will certainly give boost to the sector. As far as this budget is concerned, this budget was focused more on reforms. Fiscal prudence in terms of keeping fiscal deficit at 4.3%, increased capex expenditure, giving boost to manufacturing sector and to infrastructure development in this country will also give boost to insurance sector, because at the end of the day, manufacturing sector will also take insurance policies, MSMEs will take insurance policies. So I believe that overall the reforms created in this budget will do long-term good for this country. But one area which I think the government should start seriously thinking is, even today, in spite of 20 years after the sector opened up, substantial number of people are not insured. And three critical factors. One is health insurance, which I think is very crucial in everybody's lives, particularly the middle class and lower middle class. There are 60-70 crore people. जो below poverty line है उनको तो government insurance provide कर ही देती है, और जो rich लोग हैं उनको insurance अपने आप ही संभाल लेते हैं. But वो 60-70 करोड़ लोग ऐसे हैं जिनके पास health insurance नहीं है, which means if there is an incident in their family, please understand all their savings will go into covering the medical expenses. Similarly, if an earning member dies, how will the family survive if they don't have a term insurance? And we don't have a social security scheme in this country. आज senior citizen population 15 करोड़ लोग हैं, 50-60 करोड़ हो जाएंगे 2047 तक. इन सीनियर सिटीजन्स को अपनी लाइफ मेंटेन करने के एक पेंशन चाहिए, एक इनकम प्लान चाहिए, तो पेंशन भी बहुत ज़रूरी है. मुझे लगता है इन तीनों चीज़ों को मिलाकर अगर आप देखें, फाइनेंशियल लिटरेसी को इस देश में बढ़ाना एक बहुत ज़रूरी मुद्दा हो गया है. क्योंकि एक हम तो सोचते हैं कि इस बजट में इस साल के लिए क्या दिया है. मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि अगले 20 साल में अगर हमने प्लान करना है कि हर देशवासी को इंश्योरेंस होना चाहिए, हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस, पेंशन होनी चाहिए उनके पास, या टर्म इंश्योरेंस होना चाहिए, तो कहीं ना कहीं गवर्नमेंट को, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट को, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को, प्राइवेट सेक्टर के साथ, रेगुलेटर्स के साथ मिलकर इसके बारे में अवेयरनेस बढ़ाना पड़ेगा. जब तक लोग ये समझेंगे नहीं उनके लोकल लैंग्वेज में कि मेरे हेल्थ इंश्योरेंस लेने से मुझे बेनिफिट क्या होगा, तब तक वो इंश्योरेंस फॉर ऑल वाला सपना सपना ही रहेगा.
So my sir, next question is, do you see new growth opportunities for the digital financial platforms after this budget?
100%. I would not relate growth only to this budget specifically. Certainly, they have created a committee to create reforms for the banking sector. Today, fintech plays a large, significant role in ensuring credit reaches to the last mile. At Paisa Bazaar, we have distributed more than 6 crore credit card score statements free of cost. Our aim is, how do we create that habit of people understanding their own credit history. But when I keep saying all this, it's important for us to believe that the segment which needs coverage is basically understanding finance. हम हमेशा उन लोगों की बात करते हैं जो इसके बारे में जानकारी रखते हैं, उनके लिए हम क्या कर सकते हैं, उनके बारे में कौन सोचेगा. अब आप फार्मर्स की बात कर रहे हैं, फार्मर्स को हमने बोला कि पैसा बढ़ाना चाहिए. रूरल विलेजेस में, टाउन्स में जो लोग रहते हैं, उनको फाइनेंस के बारे में आज भी पता नहीं है. आज भी वो अपने मनी लेंडर से, दोस्तों से पैसा लेते हैं, 40% इंटरेस्ट रेट देते हैं. कहीं ना कहीं फिनटेक प्लेयर्स इस प्रॉब्लम को सॉल्व कर सकती हैं गवर्नमेंट के साथ मिलकर. AI एक बहुत बड़ा कदम है. AI के जरिए हम एफिशिएंसी लेके आ सकते हैं, हर कोने पे पहुंच सकते हैं.
So my last question is, sir, any key policy or tax expectation of your sector which actually the government missed?
No, I think last year, if you notice, the government gave nil GST, which is a big boost to the sector. Now, there is nothing much left in terms of tax benefit, but yes, there are segments like pension. For example, if more tax benefit can be given around pension, people will be encouraged to save, because pension ऐसी चीज़ है जिसका फायदा तभी होगा जब आप 60 साल के हो जाएंगे, जब आपको पेंशन मिलने लग जाएगी. तो लॉन्ग टर्म जब लोग इन्वेस्ट करते हैं तो सोचते हैं कि मेरे को पैसा मेरा अटक रहा है, मुझे क्या मिलेगा. सो कहीं ना कहीं दैट टैक्स बेनिफिट विल हैव टू बी थॉट फ्रॉम दैट एंगल. सेकेंडली, आज सीनियर केयर का कॉस्ट बढ़ रहा है इस देश में. आप जैसे ही बूढ़े होते हैं, आपको एक केयर टेकर चाहिए, आपके मेडिकल एक्सपेंसेस बढ़ जाते हैं, आपके कई और खर्चे जुड़ जाते हैं. मुझे लगता है कि आज इंश्योरेंस पॉलिसीज में इस कवरेज को भी देखना चाहिए कि सीनियर सिटीजन केयर को भी कवर किया जाए. उसमें टैक्स की रिलीफ अगर मिलेगी तो मुझे लगता है कि एक खतरा जो हमें दिख रहा है कि अगले 20 साल में पैदा होगा कि 50-60 करोड़ सीनियर सिटीजन होंगे, उस खतरे को टाला जा सकता है.
Thank you so much, sir. everyone, welcome to BW TV. Now that the Union Finance Minister has presented the Union Budget, we have with us Ramchandran Venkatraman, who is the Director and CEO of V-Guard Industries. Welcome, sir. Sir, what would be your initial reaction to the Union Budget from an industry lens?
I think the budget is, continuing on building focus on manufacturing in India. I think, that focus is very, very strong and clear. There appears to be also a very strong strategy in terms of, building future-ready spaces, which are critical to long-term growth and for securing the country interest. So I think the focus on 7 sectors, which was talked about, I think is a very interesting approach to building capability, long-term capability in those areas. I think most importantly, focus on MSME sector is very, very strong, and it's addressing both capability issues, but also making sure that the MSME sector is well supported with stronger capability on threads, the integration of threads with various aspects, so that working capital challenges can be addressed. The fund which has been set aside for capitalizing this sector, I think that's also a very, very strong and interesting approach. Plus the clusters that are being focused on, legacy clusters which are being focused on, all of these are going to benefit MSME as a sector broadly. And the focus on corporate mitras is also a very, is an excellent approach to support some of the challenges MSME face, because I think, compliance and capability are, significant challenges for MSME, and help in that area would help. I think the focus should now shift to, executing the strategy and the pillars that have been put in place. I think that's something that I would look to watch.
Right, perfect. And speaking about the sector that you operate in, so what growth opportunities now emerge for the consumer durable companies?
I think we are fundamentally in the electrical and consumer durable space. Over the last year and a half, measures have been taken to support, revival of consumption in India. And I think, I would look forward to more measures in that space, as consumption is still, slower to build up. That being said, I think the continued investment in infrastructure and support for, the housing sector are important elements to support the growth of our industry.
Since you mentioned a point around consumption, so do you believe that this budget is able to create enough momentum to revive urban demand?
I think that the budget has important pillars to revive the overall, I wouldn't say revive, but I would say strengthen the overall growth of the Indian economy. It is also addressing some, large aspects of the economy, like tourism, for example, which is a very important and large sector. So informal employment is an area which is also being supported. There are some measures that are talked about directed towards rural, and which is also, helping the less organized and informal sector, right? So I think these are elements which will certainly support the growth of the overall growth of the economy. So I think at an aggregate level, certainly I believe this is a strong focus towards sustaining the growth momentum.
Right. And finally, what were some of the key recommendations or the expectations from the industry that missed the bus?
I think fundamentally, revival of consumption, for which already I think the government has taken a lot of measures. This is something that I was looking forward to hearing further measures in that space. Other than that, I think we are fine. I mean, every year we can't expect newer initiatives. And I think also the room available, in terms of the fiscal room available, is also a challenge for the government. However, I think we are already benefiting from the GST rationalization, which has just happened some time back. So I think the benefit of that will flow through. I think measures that revive the construction activity, particularly affordable housing, are some areas that would have enabled a strong revival of growth. for consumption. Yeah.
Right. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. Thanks a lot. Hello everyone, welcome to BW TV. Now that the Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman has presented the budget, we have with us Dr. Alexander Das, who is the chairman of Odisha State Education Council. So sir, what would be your initial reaction to the budget from the sector of lens?
Union Minister of Finance has declared about the education and more focusing on the content creator labs, more than 15,000 labs all over India for the schools, and also 1,500 for the secondary schools and 500 for the colleges, and focusing on astrophysics as well as also focusing on girls hostel, so on so things. But it would be more better if the budget should focus on the teacher capacity building. Though in other issues there are some capacity building things, but in basically in education, so teacher capacity building must be there, and as well as AI driven things should be more enhanced.
And when it comes to skill development and employability, so what opportunities are there in the budget for the sector?
So basically for skill development, now we know that it's a time of social media and all influencer kind of things. So we are giving more focus on the content creator because to enhance the digital platform of India. So that was also a good step by Union Minister of Finance, Union Government. So that is also appreciable.
Right. And what were some of the key expectations or recommendations that you guys expected, but it did not find a place at the table?
So basically, as we all know that for Viksit Bharat, so knowledge empowered society is most important. So that's why we should be more emphasizing that industry, academia partnership and collaborations, and basically teacher capacity building. That should be more expenditure should be done in these two things, because in case of education we are facing gaps for the same. For the human resource is the most important factor. So if you are talking about Delhi and in metro cities, there might be not problem, but being I'm from Odisha, so there are very rural and tribal areas are there. So if we will Viksit Bharat Sabka Saath Sabka Vikas, so we have to focus from each and every corner, and the biggest issue is manpower. So for focusing manpower, we should have to invest more on train the manpower, so that better students or better talents will come out, because always we are putting on implementation, but the outcome is the most important, because enrollment is there, more enrollment is there, but the outcome will not better. So that's why you have to focus on the Sarathis. We have to strengthen the Sarathis better, and industry academia, it is for the employability. And for the skilling, they have given focus on STEM education as well as also content creator kind digital platform. They are giving more prioritize. But these 2-3 things will be better if it will be in the budget.
Right. And one final question, now that the budget has been presented, so do you believe that the policy measures really support quality and access in education now?
More or less, it will support the quality education, because Union Minister of Finance has given priority. What I gone through the education announcement regarding the education sector, so we are giving more priority to the digital education. So it will definitely enhance, because it is now the digital era, digital time. So it will be better for our government, our people.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Welcome to Business World TV. I'm Mahan Rudrashi Sarkar. Here with me today is Mr. Manoj Varshni, Managing Director and CEO of IFCO MS Crop Science. Hello, sir.
Hello.
How are you today, and how's the event going for you today?
Yeah, it's good, and then pleasure to be here in an event organized by ASSOCHAM, and then we are discussing on the outcome of the budget, Union Budget 26-27.
Thank you, sir. So I have a few questions for you today. Yeah. So what is your overall reaction to the budget from an agriculture and fertilizer production perspective, sir?
I think if I see my reaction from compared to the previous budgets, the government is looking quite forward-looking perspective. They want to promote AI in agriculture. They want to promote high-value crops, which were normally never touched. In fact, always used to remain untouched. So they are talking of high value crops, promotion, and then AI. So I think looking from that perspective, the brighter part is looking the modern perspective, and the darker part is that the traditional inputs not been covered into the budget or not addressed.
Okay, sir. So, since you said like the traditional things are not covered, sir, so what key expectations from the did the agricultural sector have from this budget? And so, if what has fallen short, and if not short, what has been covered well, sir?
Yeah, so as I said, that covered well was, as I said, the modern and forward-looking statements that they are committed to the food and agriculture. Government is taking all the initiatives. But what does not get addressed, that for promoting the modern agriculture, we need to promote sustainability, sustainable inputs, the taxation on sustainable inputs, that could have been addressed. But so far, it has been a long pending ask from the industry side. Industries has been asking to reduce the taxation on the sustainable inputs, which has not been addressed. Even on agrochemicals, reduction of taxation to the farmers so that they become more affordable to the farmers, that is not yet being addressed, though it will not create a big impact on the government earnings, but still they have not been addressed so far. But appreciate what they are looking from the modern agriculture perspective.
Thank you, sir. So the government has increased the fertilizers subsidy this year, sir. So how will it impact the beneficiaries, sir?
See, increasing fertilizer subsidy is because of the undesirable phenomenon because of raw material price increases, and government has no other option, as government has to promote the crop cultivation and has to support not to burden the farmers with the additional cost of fertilizers. So I think that's a good step that they have been supporting and understanding the situation and supporting, and then not creating any financial burden on the farmer in his overall input cost perspective.
Thank you, sir. So, last question, sir. So, do you see new opportunities from an agro input company's point of view in terms of productivity and sustainability, sir?
A lot of initiatives are already being taken by industry. For government is supporting the sustainable agriculture initiatives, the introduction of biologicals, biostimulants products, but they need to be addressed. If they are addressed on the taxation part, that is definitely going to support the industry and definitely going to support the consumer, which is farmer. And overall, the crop production is likely to improve, can get a good boost, which I think so far not yet been addressed by the government.
Thank you, sir. That was great, sir. Thanks, sir. Welcome to Business World TV. My name is Ahan Rudrashi Sarkar, and today here with me is Hitendra Mehta, the chairman of National Council on Special Economic Zones and Industrial Parks. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
How's your day going, sir?
Yeah, it's been a very good day, I must say. And considering that there are some very good announcements made by the Honorable Finance Minister in today's budget announcements relating to special economic zones, so I'm even more happier.
Thank you, sir. So I have a few questions for you today. Sir, my first question is, sir, what is your overall reaction to the budget from the industrial park and SEZ ecosystem perspective, sir?
I think this has been a very good budget. Clearly, one can see that the attempt has been made to maintain the pace which is there already and to accelerate it further, right? So there was a long pending demand of the industry that SEZ unit should be allowed to sell in domestic tariff areas at a level playing field. So currently what was happening that if SCZ unit was to supply to domestic units, so they have to pay customs duty on value addition also. It's not that whatever exemptions I am availing, so government should have taken back those exemptions and then allowed me a level playing field. So this was causing a very difficult proposition for SCZ units. So they were not becoming competitive because they were becoming expensive because of the custom duty implications on value addition. So ASSOCHAM had made this recommendation to the government way back in October, November this 2025 that the duty from SCZ to domestic supply should be at duty foregone principle basis, and there should be a level playing field. So this demand to a great extent has been accepted by the Honorable Finance Minister, and she has announced that supplies from SCZ to domestic will be at a concessional rate. And one more thing that I think she mentioned that there will be a limit imposed on such supplies based on the export performance of these SCZ units, which is a welcome step, I must say. So I think this will open up, a big way for integration of special economic zones with the domestic economy, which was a long pending, wish list of the ASSOCHAM and industry. So, I mean, this is going to be a game changer to my mind.
Thank you, sir. So, sir, does this budget create momentum for developing city economic regions in non-metro cities and temple towns, sir?
Yeah, I think this is also a very good announcement. Government has mentioned that in tier 1, tier 2 cities there will be city economic regions developed, and even in temple towns also, just to give boost to the economies of those specific tier 2, tier 3 cities based on their specific growth drivers. So if suppose one city has a special USP, so based on that USP, so they would be given incentive or allocation of fund to set up a city economic zone in that particular city. So this will be, I think this will give a boost to the local economy, and this will actually create opportunities for employment in those cities also.
Thank you, sir. That's all for today. Thank you.
Hello everyone, welcome to BW TV. Now that the Finance Minister has presented the budget, we have with us Sudipto Mukherjee, who is the MD of Texpaco Rail Engineering Limited. Welcome, sir. So what would be your initial reaction to the union budget from your industry's lens?
As an Indian, I feel proud of because and from the industry perspective also there are a lot of takeaways. So most importantly, I find initiative to align various things which we have been pointing out to the government over a period of time, that there have been a lot of initiatives over the years, but when you align, then you get exact effect of it. So it looks to me a more complete budget which touch upon every aspect as the Honorable Finance Minister very aptly has mentioned. And the focus on the youth development, the focus on the scarce resources which country doesn't have, and also how to take it in the big league and how it can create an impact significant in employment generation, which encourages us. And being in the industry, the particular declarations in relation to the railway, so the passenger corridor, high-speed passenger corridor, then further dedicated freight corridor, then emphasis on last mile connectivity, and the incentivizing the container manufacturing to be self-reliant in container manufacturing. These are the initiatives will take the actual leap forward for the economy, because if we can save in the logistic cost and become competitive to the world, so we remain an automatic choice, and it's going to help the 100 crore people of the country in a big way.
And talking about the initiative, so which announcements by the Finance Minister do you believe will have the maximum impact on the growth of the sector that you operate in?
So I feel that I would emphasize on the corridor part of it, because we have seen in the developed countries that how it creates a multiplier effect in the life of people and the business through which it passes through, and also where it caters to and where it originates from. So the high-speed passenger corridor is going going to create having a multiple effect, and also the dedicated freight corridor, because today in most of the cases our rolling stocks ply in the same route, same railway tracks. So once we have a dedicated focus, so we'll be more efficient and effective. And the last mile connectivity, effort to last mile connectivity with railroad and waterways is one of the, again, a very significant step forward.
Right. And talking about the last mile connectivity, since the government will be focusing more on promoting tourism in hilly region through the railway network, so how big opportunity is that for the company or the sector that you operate in?
So, see, we work from railway infrastructure right from track laying to signaling and making the rolling stocks and the components. So first is the infrastructure. Now, along with the announcement, the good part of it that it is coming with a financial outlay, and which is more than a commitment. So more and more work will come towards the domain where we operate, and these are sustainable. This cannot be created over a year. So I find a very good progress in terms of the segment in which we are into railway infrastructure and rolling stock. Next 5 to 10 years, there will be a huge boom in the business, thereby creating employment and contributing to the economy.
And finally, what were some of the key expectations or the recommendation from the sector that missed the train?
I would have loved which Honorable Finance Minister has mentioned regarding IP creation. So some sectors have been prioritized, but in logistic around, so we are expecting something that if for some innovative technology we bring in out of Make in India to make ourselves as Atmanirbhar rather than depending upon to the global resources, would have been one area which would have made us more happy.
Right. Thank you so much, sir, for your time. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much.
Hi, good afternoon, Prabhuda.
Hi everyone. Hi everyone.
Good afternoon.
I was on mute and I kept on talking. But good afternoon, everyone. To our audiences, I'm back again. We hope you got some interesting nuggets from the leaders earlier. And now we move directly to whether the budget did enough for sustainability. My panelists are here, and my team is going to help us ensure that they are now adequately named as well. So I'm just going to first quickly introduce my panelists. We have Mr. Ankit Todi, the Chief Sustainability Officer at Mahindra Group. We have Mr. Narayan PS, the Global Head for Sustainability and Societal Initiatives at Wipro. We have Mr. Prabodh Acharya, the Chief Sustainability Officer at JSW Group, and Mr. Ramnath Vaidyanathan, the AVP for Good and Green at Godrej Industries Group. In fact, I think it's a welcome back of sorts to Ram. We did this discussion last year as well. I will just lay the context a little bit before we get into this. So we are now a day past the budget, which allows us to take a step back from the announcements and look at direction. Compared to Budget 2025, this year's approach to sustainability appears more measured and selective. The emphasis is clearly on capital-led growth with large public investment commitments, while sustainability interventions are more targeted, particularly around industrial transition and long-term capacity building. What is notable is what has not expanded significantly. There has been no sweeping sustainability push or broad-based climate framework, suggesting a conscious choice to prioritize execution and fiscal discipline over ambition alone. In that sense, Budget 2026 builds on last year's intent, but it narrows the lens to where policy believes impact is more achievable. Now, the question for India Inc., all my leaders today represent this segment, therefore is not just about intent, but it is also about adequacy, alignment, and delivery. Now, the first question, of course, I would like everybody to get in on this. We had a brief mail exchange before this, but I'm hoping we can, get like one point out so that it is not repetitive between the panelists. But let's take the topic head on. Did the budget do enough for sustainability, or did it do what was fiscally convenient? Now, who's going to go first? Narayan, sir, would you like to go first?
Yeah, sure. Let me take a stab at it. No, I think very clearly the directional thrust of this budget has been to focus on overarching economic parameters, underlying which you will have several programs that intersect with sustainability in some way or the other. The CCUS, for example, the carbon sequestration roadmap, backed by fairly significant outlay for it, is definitely a sustainability focused initiative. But the link with our economic security, by ensuring that hard to abate sectors are able to address European requirements of CBAM, cross-border adjustment mechanism, is very clear, right? So I think the entry point, whether it is for this or for nuclear energy or for artificial intelligence, the entry point for all of this is the larger economic architecture of the country. But in today's world, you cannot avoid sustainability intersections, right? So whatever be your entry point, you'll have to address sustainability in one way or the other. So that's how I read the overall intent of the budget.
Fair enough. Prabodji, would you like to go up next?
Oh, thanks, Noor. I think Narayan laid out, but I would say this year's union budget signals a very decisive shift, I see, from intent to executions. So that I see very clearly. And the government has very clearly aligned fiscal priority with India's long-term climate commitments, green industrial growth, and inclusive energy transition. These are the three things where I could say a clear focus in this budget. I'm not very sure what Narayanji stated, that if this is in reaction to policy measures from European unions, I don't see that happening. But it's a clear intention to align our own net zero goal of 2070. And I completely agree that, of course, I was expecting the CCUS. If it would have not declared, I would have disappointed. But that's a clear signal that these kind of end of the pipe treatment that's going to happen to meet our net zero commitment is a very welcome step. I think India is one of the countries in the world who has taken this lead, and I'm pretty happy. I always call, last time when we 2 years before, through a delegation through PICI, we met PMO. I was telling the same thing. After the green hydrogen mission, I think it is necessary to have a clean carbon mission on carbon capture utilizations, because if you can combine carbon and hydrogen, you believe me, in the chemistry you can get all the things what you want and all the molecules what you want. I think this is a very significant progress that this budget has given. The big takeaway is, I think shift from policy-led ambitions to the enterprise-led delivery. I think it is on us now, to the enterprise, to the large India Inc. to deliver, and that is something which I got a message from this union budget.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you so much, Prabodji. Ankit, you want to go next?
Absolutely. So completely echo with what Mr. Nayan and Prabhuda said. So if I were to go to the core fundamentals, I think the three kartavya that the finance minister laid out, one was about productivity and competitiveness. The second was about prosperity for people. And the third was, sabka saath, sabka vikas. If you really think about it, all three align very strongly with what the ethos of sustainability is. So at a conceptual level, I think we are, very aligned as a country on sustainability. Having said that, I think on the specifics, if you really think about it, and I'll take the view of mitigation and adaptation. So both on the mitigation side, there are a number of very specific measures that, focus on execution, especially on energy transition, including support to, let's say, nuclear as an example. As well as I think the CCUS is a game changer, especially if you club it with the GHG emission guidelines that have come into play. This provides you with a very concrete financial incentive that can make a very meaningful difference in India's total emission footprint. So that's one. On the other hand, the adaptation side is also something that we see a few nuggets of, some of it continuing from last year, especially when it comes to agriculture. While the word sustainability or climate may not have been used in some places, but the actions that we talk about around water security, around, let's say, biodiversity conservation, tourism with respect to biodiversity, there's a bunch of things that aligns with it. The third point that I would add is, if you were to again go back to the fundamentals of where the money is being allocated. So for instance, the capital expenditure, now it also depends on the industry and the ecosystem on how do we make sure that this growth itself is sustainable. So for instance, when it comes to infrastructure spending, steel and cement are two key components. We already have the large, the guidelines to decarbonize both these sectors. The right support through CCUS, through energy transition is there. So it's important that we start integrating the principles of sustainability and environment in all the execution work across the sectors. And this goes for SEZs, this goes for data centers, all the different areas which the budget is prioritizing. Now, I think the focus is more on how do we make sure that whatever development or spend is happening is being done in a sustainable manner. So that's at least how I look at the entire thing. Let me pause with that.
Completely agree. Yeah, completely agree with you. Ram, you can closing this round.
Yeah, enviable. It's not enviable to go last, especially after three stalwarts who've given such extensive coverage of this budget. But I'm going to focus on slightly different aspect of it. I mean, I think I'm in complete agreement that the right words are being said. The principles of sustained principles of resilience, the principles of carbon capture, the principles of resilient agriculture, which has been mentioned multiple times in this budget. However, I feel that where the disappointment for me a little bit is, I think it's not ambitious enough in terms of how much could have been allocated for it. For example, if we really and I'm a little bit more focused on the agri sector because we do a lot of work on resilient agriculture and looking at how that can contribute towards not just climate change but also towards positioning India as a supplier of low emission farm commodities to the world. Now, I think time is of the essence here, and I don't believe we can wait to slowly ramp spending in this area. I think we could have been a bit more ambitious in terms of how much allocation could have happened towards agriculture, towards resilient agriculture, towards at least there's been a lot of money allocated towards analytics in terms of forecasting, but not enough in terms of, for example, linking crop insurance with climate resilience or encouraging resilient agricultural practices. So there I feel, maybe, we missed a little bit of a trick. So like I said, the principles are correct. They're saying all the right things. They're allotting the right money to the right initiatives, but it needs to be more because I don't think we're able to quite foresee how critical the situation really is. We are not in the position to ramp up efforts on sustainability slowly anymore. It has to be almost a radical. It's easier said than done, I know, because there are lots of other priorities, but I think somewhere we're missing reading the signs that this may be the biggest crisis of our time, more so than any other planetary event. So I think maybe a bit more prioritization in terms of allocation of funds, but the principles are correctly in place.
Yeah, I guess I also agree with that. And I think that was broadly, this kind of brings out all the discussions we have had yesterday. I do want to narrow the focus to some elements of the budget just so that we really get into this threadbare. Now, industry, the decarbonization, basically industrial decarbonization, that did get highlighted a bit in this budget. In fact, I would say one of the clearest signals this year was the focus on industrial decarbonization. So, Prabhuji, just want to pull you into this part of the discussion now. From a heavy industry perspective, is the scale and structure sufficient to enable real transition? We don't have a wider carbon framework, so to say, but so does that limit the effectiveness in some format?
No. You see, I am an optimist. What I see, sustainability doesn't happen overnight. A decarbonization, structural changes cannot happen overnight. The most important thing is that we have to see whether these policies or the budget is giving a consistent directions for a longer period of time. In 1 year, India's budget, it is very difficult to address all the issues that industry is facing or to give enough resource to manage this significant challenge. I completely agree with Ram in the sense that, yes, we are in a serious issue to address the problem in hand. But question is that do we have sufficient resource to allocate to industrial decarbonizations with and making a balance of the growth of the nations that is required. So we need to be little pragmatic, and that is where I see the directions is consistent. Look, if you look at the budgets previously, from last couple of years, or at least 3-4 years, we are observing there are emphasis now coming specifically towards climate change or sustainability into the budget. Earlier, it was not there. That doesn't mean government of India was not focusing on sustainability, because it is not only one aspect, because there are multiple aspects to be addressed. Now, when it comes to industrial decarbonizations, that is where I see what is the continuation happening. Like we had a green hydrogen mission, now we have a CCU's mission. And if you look at the focus has been from, our India's focus has been to promote clean energy. But I think now, along with the clean energy, we need to clean the energy system as well. So that means we have to have reliance with a basket of energy systems, not only renewable energy that is going to solve the problem. And that is where this carbon capture supports that idea, nuclear energy supports that idea, support for the critical mineral supports that idea. So I see, we need energy sufficiency or energy reliance through a focus of clean energy and cleaning the energy systems together. When it comes to decarbonizing the sectors that you mentioned, where I am day in and day out working, it's not an easy task. It doesn't have a silver bullet, and it requires right policies, which I believe it is there. Always question, is the scale sufficient? Is the resources allocated sufficient? Is there technology available to push this forward? I think all these are questionable. We can always debate, but I think we all need to work together. Policy frameworks are there. We need to work on technological developments. We need to also implement in large scale. So that is where I'm happy that we are taking the right directions. When it will make real significant impact, I think we have to have patience.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I am now going to prove how stubborn journalists can be. So now, while I also agree it's a good budget, all good, all positive, I still feel that it did feel a little bit more restrained in its signaling. So I'm going to request Narayan sir now to give me an answer over here. This is like the tech, I want to bring the tech point also over here. I remember a couple of years you pointed out to us that all the tech expansion we are doing can happen at the cost of sustainability, despite all the conversations, because ultimately it's not all green, right? When we're expanding data centers and doing large computation. But from a tech and an execution standpoint, are companies now better equipped to deliver sustainability outcomes without the aggressive policy pushes? Or is data, measurement, reporting still like a real bottleneck?
Yeah, so, I think the two other developments in the last 1 month or so, or actually last 1 week, that we should take cognizance of when looking at this year's budget and what it could lead up to. One is, of course, the economic survey. It was released, the day before, and also the recommendations of the 16th Finance Commission, which was tabled in Parliament and which was accepted. Now, the reason why I'm saying this is, when it comes to tech, particularly artificial intelligence, what we see here in this budget is that with the overarching objective of encouraging data sovereignty and giving incentives for AI data centers, the interesting thing is the focus is not so much on the downstream AI applications as much as to the upstream hardware part of it, the semiconductor manufacturing and the data centers. The budget has announced tax exemption for the global tech majors. Now one can debate, then you are, encouraging AI sovereignty, but you're still, having the global tech majors playing a major role. So you're giving them tax exemption for their data services that they will export outside. So it's a good thing that, you're exporting data services from India, so India can be seen as a data center hub and so on. There are caveats to this. But if you read the fine print, and that's what I was trying to do, it says that there is a green capex fund where you're eligible for green capex grants. Those grants are conditional on these data centers achieving certain levels of energy efficiency and water efficiency. Typically, it's called PUE and WE, water utilization efficiency and power utilization efficiency. I thought it was very interesting that you're saying on one hand that, I want to encourage AI and data centers in India, but I will link it to sustainability outcomes, through this incentive mechanism. Having said that, what will remain to be seen is, as always, when it comes to the rubber hitting the road, which is how will you implement it, the governance mechanism for this. So that's really going to be critical, right? So yes, but I think this budget did take that step forward of giving that incentive to AI sovereignty in India, linking it to some extent at least, to power and energy efficiency. But I think there's also this unsaid statement that the greening of AI infrastructure will happen organically on the back of the greening of the grid that we are targeting. Now, you can argue 2070, is it good enough and all that? But that is what I think the underlying philosophy is. I'll pause it.
Excellent. Excellent. Thank you. I'm going to agree with that completely. In fact, the budget did appear to place overall, not just from a tech AI standpoint, it did appear that the budget had placed greater responsibility on enterprises to drive sustainability outcomes themselves. At least in comparison to 2025, that's like a shift that we saw this year. Yeah. Ankit, want to pull you in also over here right now. From your experience, has the balance shifted from policy-led to enterprise-led? And what would this mean from a capital allocation standpoint?
I'm going to, specifically talk about this one data point in the budget allocation for the Ministry of Environment. The budget for the NGT went up by 400%. So while the overall budget for Ministry of Environment has increased only by a small percentage, which basically means that the checker is going to be a lot more empowered. And as a result, you can very conveniently say that, the organizations, both large as well as medium-sized organizations, will have to be more strictly compliant with all the things that's expected of them. So that is one shift that I would see there. The second thing is, I'll sort of agree with Mr. Narayan in terms of that the onus will have to lie with all the other departments. So in the corporate ecosystem, we often talk about this thing that sustainability is not delivered by the sustainability teams, it's delivered by the other functions, be it manufacturing, procurement, marketing, and everyone else. Similarly, in the government ecosystem also, now the onus is on the different departments, be it Ministry of Steel, Ministry of Power, Ministry of Renewable Energy, etc., to really think about how do they integrate and accelerate it. So when it comes to data centers, the incentives which enable green data centers, when it comes to special economic zone, adding more guidelines that enable that. I think all of this coupled with some of the regulations, especially around EPR that have come in the last couple of years or so across tires and end-of-life vehicles, etc., battery regulations. So all of them clubbed together, definitely saying that the onus is going to be more on the private sector, but at the same time in a manner that makes financial sense, that makes a business case for doing these investments. And wherever the business case is not very well established yet, which is, let's say, as an example, nuclear energy or CCUS, the government is willing to step in and provide that incentive, but the heavy lifting has to be done a lot more by the private sector.
Excellent, excellent. I love it. Rama, I'm going to bring this conversation to you now. Every time we talk sustainability, we have to talk about stuff like emissions, etc. However, where I want to move the conversation to is a little bit on communities and behavior change. Again, compared to last year, did the budget this year do enough to support inclusive everyday sustainability, like say across supply chain, livelihood, consumption? You're on mute.
To be honest, I think it's done enough, because I think the onus of doing a lot of this lies with, it should be market driven. It shouldn't really be government driven. because I think it's up to the companies and the private sector to really incentivize better behavior, whether it's in supply chains, whether it's in their customers, or whether it's even in way upstream in terms of where they source from, whether it's agricultural commodities or it's mining or minerals. The entire behavior change has to be incentive linked. It cannot be it cannot be top down driven largely enough anymore. There's enough that the government is doing in terms of awareness campaigns, be it about water, be it about plastics, be it about air pollution. What we're really missing is the market-driven incentives. I mean, we're not really seeing how, for example, eco labeling of products, or we're not seeing. If you could take an example of incentives for, I mentioned climate resilient farming earlier, but it could also be in terms of building infrastructure. How do we incentivize public infrastructure to be greener in the way they're constructing? How do we incentivize climate resilience to be part of, say, insurance programs? Those market-linked incentives are what's not really being created. I don't think there's enough missions and visions and programs for education. I think this is where the private sector really has to take a lead in really utilizing some of this momentum, and they have to invest in this.
Sure, we heard you clearly, though your video was pausing in between, but we heard you clearly. We have the last 4 minutes left somehow, I don't know how, but
Okay.
just taking it now to to the closing part of the discussion. One question to all of you again, which is any change or priority that you would like to see in the next budget to make sustainability more structural, long term. I still feel the budget was very selective this time. So to make it more long term. Now, this one, Ram, will go second on you. Ankit, why don't you begin with this one?
No, absolutely. I think in terms of if you refer to the World Economic Forum's risk report, if you take a slightly mid to long term view, you realize a disproportionate number of risks are climate related. And even from an India standpoint, we are a highly vulnerable country when it comes to climate change. So I think a lot more focus needs to also be given to adaptation as a whole, both in terms of food security, but also topics like heat stress for an instance. So in the last 5 years, let's say the severity, intensity of heat stress versus the next 5 years, it's going to be really bad. So how do we incentivize the right behavior, right allocation there? Things like cooling, for instance, the energy requirement for that will really go up. So really taking a adaptation lens to how do we make sure that that the country is better prepared. And again, adaptation is an area that generally disproportionately affects the the bottom 30, 40, 50% more so than the top 50%. So I think bringing that lens in would be really important as we go forward.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Ram, I'm making it easier for you this time.
No, it's still pretty difficult because you always have to predict what Prabodha Narayan sir will say on this. But no, largely in agreement with what Ankit said. But I also would like to add, I'd like to see more ambition in terms of allocation of finances. I know it's a constant battle between priorities as to what is really important. But like Ankit said, it's no longer something where we can wait and watch. There are some things which are extremely urgent or emergent in terms of risk, and we need to arrest those right now. And I don't even look at it purely as a risk. I think there's a massive opportunity for us to really position ourselves from a market leadership perspective in terms of sustainability. I don't think anybody here disagrees that it's equal number of opportunities it offers in terms of access to the world's markets. And where I'd like to see a major shift perhaps in the next budget is bringing the financial sector more to the table when it comes to climate change. I don't think we've really incentivize or engage them enough. And when you talk about finance emissions, still very nascent. I know Ankit and his group are doing a lot of work on spreading knowledge in this space, but we're still nibbling around the edges. I think we need to get the financial sector to the table and really ask them to put their money where their mouth is in terms of enabling sustainable change.
Excellent. Prabodhji?
No, I think here let me have little grievance also where I'm not happy and where I like to see things. See, I don't think we are doing the basic things right. I clearly see clean water and clean air are basic human needs. And every citizen of India deserves a better air quality and better water quality while we grow and develop. while the cacophony on sustainability is being towards climate mitigations, and these are so closely related, I don't see enough things happening. So that means, in a sense, what the data point Ankit gave about higher allocations towards implementation, I think this is this is needed. Things people need to penalize who are violating. Industry need to be really responsible for not doing the right things, and the government also need to focus more. And this budget was completely silenced when you talk about, and I know our capital is one of the worst polluted capital in the world. I mean, this is not acceptable. This is not acceptable, and we need more on this.
Thank you so much, Prabodhji. He was very pro-budget. We changed him a little bit.
No, I mean, I'm stating the fact. I told where I liked, and I am very clear what I didn't like and I was expecting. And I will see that more and more things included, and implementation is the main key point. So we need to really do that more.
Thank you so much. Narayan sir, like every sensible journalist in this segment, the last word should always be with you. We'll help you. We'll request you to help us conclude.
Thank you. No, I'm just going to take off from what Pramod said and the other three said. Let me start with the analogy of the company. In the company's ESG strategy today, we've seen over a period of time the pivot happening from environment to social. And social here really means people. People at the workplace, people in supply chain, people in communities. Right? Very clearly that's there. BRSR has enabled it. I think what we're saying is, when you look at the country as a whole, a similar pivoting needs to happen. It is happening, but needs to happen. The livability of our cities, for example, what Prabodh was referring to, how do you make our cities more livable for the most vulnerable, whether that is air quality or access to clean water, access to clean sanitation, and so on, right? The second thing that some economists point out is a missing middle. As India grows and develops, what can you do to make our workers more productive so that we make that jump and the missing middle class sort of gets filled up by people who get the right inputs in education, skilling, and so on. I think the national education policy and this budget has tried to address that to some extent. My overarching point is looking forward, the intersection between economic goals, technology goals, and environmental goals. At the end of it all, it has to resonate in terms of what it means for people on the ground. And that can happen, by calling out some of these things very specific. How do you make a dense urban slum more livable by providing for water? How do you clean up the air a little bit, and so on?
Excellent. Thank you so much. Ankit, you raised your hand. Do you want to say something?
I think I just wanted to add a point and completely echo with Prabodha and Narayan on livability of the cities, but specifically building a bit from the COP. I think there's a lot of global funds and investments that is very willing to come in India and fund water, air pollution, etc. All that is missing is the enabling guidelines. So if we get that in place, it actually solves both the issues of the best technology, global funding coming to India, as long as we prioritize and build the right guidelines around it. So I think right from the specifics of right from mechanical sweeping to decarbonizing the power plants to how do we take care of further acceleration of electric vehicles and so on. There's a number of different areas where the economics have started working out. We just need to really create more enabling factors for global investment to come in there as well. And I do believe that there's a lot more that we can do in terms of the livability of our cities. That's a very important point. Just reiterating that.
Weak in implementation. We need more implementation, Ankit.
Ali Ram has raised his hand as well.
Yeah,
so we have
on the implementation bit. Just on the
ahead.
implementation bit, I completely echo with that, which is why I think we need to fund enforcement agencies better. I think that is something which is very low right now. We don't invest enough in a strong enforcement directorate for environment. I think that needs to really change.
Excellent, excellent. Thank you, panelists. I wish I had more time because I loved my conversation with you. I just want to thank everyone again. Thank you, Narayan sir, Prabodhji, Ankit, Ram. Thank you so much. Our next panelists are already here. So first, Savi, let's see you on screen. All the best to the
Thank you.
sustainability panelists. All the best. Thank you so much. I am now handing over to Savi Khanna. She's our assistant editor for BW People and BW CFO World. But today she is going to be talking to the CHROs, tabling some important questions. All the best, Savi. Over to you.
Thank you, Noji. Thank you. It was a very interesting conversation with the sustainability leaders. Thank you for that. I would request all my panelists to come on screen. Thank you. Well, good evening and welcome everybody. Thank you for joining us today for this very needed budget discussion. And before we delve into the conversation, I would like to talk about the budget a little bit. Well, this year's budget was mainly about either it was called the infrastructure budget or the technology and AI budget, or lastly, the skilling and talent development budget, where we're going to focus today. It meant a lot for the human resources leader this year. And this year's budget was not a budget of headline heavy welfare schemes or one-off employment promises, right? Instead, it signaled something which was far more structural towards execution-led skilling, towards formalization of employment, and also long-term workforce readiness. It covered a lot of sectors and sectorial skilling, such as manufacturing, healthcare, Ayurveda. There was talk about women's participation, Divyangjan empowerment, and also compliance simplification. So it's safe to say that this year's budget treated human capital as economic infrastructure and not just a social afterthought. Now, for CHROs, this really raises a lot of uncomfortable but necessary questions. Before we get into the conversation, I'd like to introduce my panelist. We have with us Ms. Ruhi Pandey. She's the Group CHRO and CMO of Serentica, Resonia, and Sterlite Electric. She's also joining us from overseas. She, I believe, is in Australia today, but she's joining us from overseas. Thank you, Ms. Ruhi.
Hi.
Hi.
Very happy to be here.
Thank you. We have Mr. Prasant Nair, who is the CHRO of Crompton Greaves, and Mr. Amit Sharma, the CHRO of Gokuldas Exports.
Hello.
Thank you. Well, before we start the Q&A round, I would request if all of you share your thoughts about the budget this year and, how do you view it as an HR leader? We'll start with you, Mr. Sharma.
So for me, when I look at this budget, I think puts a lot of focus around industry, especially manufacturing and services both. At the same time, I also see that there's a focus around long-term sustained employment generation and skill development. It's not just about schemes, which is about, getting employment there. It's about making people skilled, so that they can generate employment for themselves as well as for others. So that's something which I would say in a nutshell. I really see that a completely path breaking from the previous budgets where it is more towards, how do we really utilize our human resources towards better skill development.
Right. Ms. Pandey, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I also was reading with great interest while I was away, but I agree with Amit. I think the 2-3 things I liked is the focus on long term, especially things around manufacturing, which is a sector which needs a 5 to 10 years runway. So government's focus around skilling is very, very important. Some of the simplifications, creation of the education to employment committees, which focus not only on the creation of these schemes, but also to ensure execution, right? The execution choices of the government, I think, are very, very well received. Third is the focus on STEM, artificial intelligence, technical skills. I think that's amazing. And some of the subsidies specifically provided some of the simplification and compliance requirements which have been reduced and encouragement to a lot of MSMEs to formalize. I think all these things are exceptionally welcome changes by the government. But like they say, I think the beauty will be in how these get executed, and of course, look forward to discussing that in the hour to come.
Right. Thank you. Mr. Nair, you want to add something to that?
Yeah, good evening, everyone, and thanks for inviting me to this panel. Couple of things. I think the budget is in a situation where there is a lot of global uncertainty about what's happening lately, and actually the fiscal prudence that the government has shown in ensuring that the deficit GDP ratio remains at the most optimal level. So I think the direction towards that, moving to 3.5% as the committee recommended some years back, I think that direction is very welcome. When a stable budget, a sustainable budget does a lot to creating an economic environment for investment. And what we require today is investment. The government has actually invested. Now it's for the private sector to invest. So a sustainable budget which focuses on GDP nominal growth of 10% and inflation at say the 3% is the best gift that the government has given to the industry. Having said that, on the employment side, what was heartening to note is that both on the horizontal level, wherein schemes that run across different sectors, the government has focused on them by simplifying, by focusing on skills which enable the jobs for the future. And they have focused also on the vertical sectors which are employment heavy. So overall, a big plus for this budget from my side.
Thank you. Mr. Sharma, we spoke about manufacturing. It was at the center of job creation across semiconductors, across biopharma, textiles, and also capital goods this year. So from a CHRO's perspective, do you see this translating into sustained and quality jobs, or do you think it's mainly cyclical hiring tied to capex expansion? What do you think about that?
It's not cyclical. The way I look at it, if you really look at what are the key, focus areas which the government is trying to do through this budget, it's around building long-term, processes and long-term frameworks. Whether we look at it, setting up new institutes, whether we look at setting up new textile parks, or we're looking at, having, reviving the 200 clusters, the manufacturing clusters, looking at universities which are going to be there along with the industrial townships, looking at the entire thing around Samarth 2.0, the entire piece around National Institutes of Design and and other supports to MSMEs. The entire bouquet is around ensuring that there is a long-term sustenance around this and not just something which is cyclical. And one of the best part which I liked it's very comprehensive. It is looking at all these aspects, looking at infrastructure, it is looking at investment in development and training, and it's also looking at simplifying the lives of people who are entrepreneurs through the corporate mitra scheme and all. So all these actually point towards something which is going to be sustainable, going to be long term, and not just cyclical, which sometimes things do tend to happen. But yes, the key point is that now how does it really get translated on the ground, and how quickly it gets translated on the ground, because that's where the devil will lie.
Right. So it's mainly about execution. Ms. Pandey, I'll come to you now. When we talk about execution, which was a recurring theme for this year's budget, what is the single biggest execution challenge that you think might arise in fulfilling these promises that were made this year?
So I think there is, while the government has definitely focused, and I could totally agree with Amit on a bunch of schemes which they've launched, which are both about skilling, about simplification. I think the challenge lies when it eventually comes to get executed. How simple is it for corporates to be able to avail these subsidies? How does the state-center combination or coordination work? How easy is it for people to go and enroll in these courses? And last but not the least, while the government is definitely focusing on STEM, AI, training, the 1 lakh caregivers generation through multiple schemes, eventually, how are they co-creating these curriculums? What eventually is being imparted as education? So are we only looking at these schemes in the longer run through the number of enrollments, or eventually if the idea and the end goal is how many jobs created, how much can they work in tandem with the industry? I think those would be certain nuances which the government could look at. Eventually, otherwise, the ease of eventually launching these schemes, getting these subsidies, the quality of education provided. They've talked about creating these regional talent clusters. It's a very welcome step, because for someone like me who is in the capital goods manufacturing, you are eventually running, pillar and pole to get all the quality talent in the same hub. How is it that the government, eventually coordinates with the industry to get access to the industry for the skilled workforce? I think these would be the finer execution programs. If those are won over, and the government can work very closely with the industry, I think it will be a big plus.
Thank you. Mr. Nair, what do you think is the single biggest execution challenge?
The single, according to me, where the rubber meets the road is where in the presence of state government and district level. Okay. So while the budget is, I think, very positive about creating demand, about creating also supply in terms of talent and demand also. For example, they're talking about GCC, which is a huge thing that can transform India actually. If you can get the investments of GCC, as some states have done. Okay. And we create talent. So there's a demand part and the supply part that can come in. But ultimately, it's, these are, where are companies located? It's in states, it's in cities. So that ecosystem needs to actually gear up to actually, come up to speed to meet the actual needs of people. Okay, I'm not getting into the governance issues, but I think the platforms need to be created so that there is a kind of a seamless experience for talent to actually reach out. Number one. Number two, there is also companies find it easy to access talent in India. Okay, and I can see some differences. For example, there are some states who are doing a brilliant work on creating talent, on offering talent as an ecosystem. And other states can actually, they can replicate that efforts or they can do something on their own. So for me, the state, the district, the city needs to be in alignment with the central government's agenda and central government's focus to actually translate some of these things into practical action that talent on one side and industry and companies on the other hand actually meet. The other thing that I want to point out, which is very important from a talent point of view, is the government has taken steps to get expat Indians who are actually located outside. It made it easier for them to locate back to India. That's a huge impetus for many of our industries. And what it does is it actually helps create global best practices for us to actually scale up. And that's in the true reflection of Atmanirbhar Bharat.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Nair, for sharing that. Mr. Sharma, now coming to the compliance part of it, the TDS norms were simplified. Also, the new Income Tax Act will come into play from April 2026. How did you view that development, and also how is it going to impact the payroll efficiency, dispute resolution?
This has always been one of the key issues with most of the time, most of the employees around, how do we ensure that they are absolutely compliant with the tax laws? And this is something the onus is also from a organization standpoint is also on us to ensure that we are, deducting the right TDS, depositing with the authorities and so on and so forth. I think one of the key pieces which what we have seen in the budget is about the fact that simplifying of the returns, simplifying of the compliance requirements, also around ability for employees to update their returns if they feel that that they later on realize that there is a defect in that or something had to be disclosed, and the fact that they have also given waived off the interest in case where they have gone for an appeal if has been an assessment there. So all of this is really going to help. So I think what the government has done in this from a compliance standpoint is that around made it more easier for the people to comply and so on and so forth, whether it's about disclosing the foreign income around it. So and also from SMA, small medium enterprises also around partnering with the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India to ensure that there are those corporate mitras who are going to help organizations in those compliance requirements. So I think this entire piece, the focus has been on how we'll make the lives easier. And when the lives become easier from a compliance standpoint, the idea is that the compliance would be definitely much better, both on the part of employees as well as on the part of organizations. I think this is a good step the government, instead of looking at more populist aspect of relooking at the income tax slabs, this is the key piece, how we really make lives easier for people to comply. And because anywhere, the easier the compliance is, the higher the compliance thresholds are always there. So that's something which is really positive.
Right. Ms. Pandey, there was a strong push towards formalization through MSME support, and also compliance clarity was there, as Mr. Sharma just explained. A lot of structured skilling was there. What is going to be the impact on the informal sector and on the informal employment? Do you think that will reduce?
Yeah, I definitely feel like with the introduction of the corporate mitras, the ease out on compliance, offering this professional as well as equity support, right? Giving, allowing access to capital by the government to MSMEs. I feel more and more MSMEs should now be encouraged to enroll, become a part of the formal sector. Also, they would be now having more access and ease in terms of getting support in understanding how the compliance works. Yeah, because a lot of times the sector, the MSMEs stay informal because they're just very cautious about what is formalizing going to lead to. So I think the government has made that very, very clear, offering them both equity support as well as compliance support. And with the introduction parallelly, these are unrelated incidents, but with the new wage codes coming already launched in the month of November, and now with the easing of the compliances on the MSMEs, I think both together will ensure that more and more MSMEs will become formalized, will be encouraged to participate, and a lot of their compliances will become easier. But like I said again and again, Savia, a lot of this depends on eventually how easy is it really? Are these processes simple? Are these online? Do people who are running these MSMEs, instead of focusing on their business, if they need to focus a lot of their time and effort on compliance, then it will deter them. If the access is simple, it's a click away, if it's all online, I would think more and more MSMEs will join the formal sector as we go along.
Right. Mr. Nair, how do you think the accountability of a CHRO after yesterday's budget will change over the next 2 to 5 years?
I think it's a very interesting question. The responsibility of CHRO is changing every day, according to me now. And with this budget, what will happen is, the CHRO, he or she should not just be responsible for managing the demand. I think over time, he or she should also be responsible for managing supply. Because with so much focus on education and skill building, the CHRO should not confine with just hiring or training. Should actually start work with institutes and see how we can actually prepare talent for our industry. Okay, I mean, that would be the real ask from a CHRO, and they would be, we used to always take pride in the fact that, or excuse I would say, is that the talent is not available. I don't think in the coming days, with so much focus on skilling and education that the government has laid, informal and formal sector CHRO should never talk about not finding talent. So CHRO should reorient themselves to actually start creating talent rather than just supplying talent.
Right. Mr.
Yeah,
Sharma,
so
would you like to add
just
to
like
that?
to add to that what Prashant just talked about. So the key piece is that CHROs now really need to move from, as I would say, is talent consumers to talent producers. That's the important part, and the onus also lies on HR now. Around it, because the government has now put forward all these schemes. Let's look at, for example, Samarth 2.0. Now it's a scheme where the government is saying, hey, you decide. There are these sectors, partner with us, design the curriculum, train people, provide them with the on the job training, ensure that they are skilled enough, and hence absorb them. Now this is something, instead of hunting for it, I don't have the right talent, I don't have the right people, I don't, or the curriculum is not matching with the skill required, or we keep on talking about what academia produces and what our organizations want, they are not really matching. So here It's a, they have given us a fantastic platform. Let's partner together. Let's design the right curriculum, which you think is the industry relevant, train people and absorb them, give them employment and generate, contribute to the larger skilling of the workforce through these means. So I think this is where the entire responsibility has to be now. The industry has to do its bit now, I would say. We can't always keep on talking about the government has to do this, government has to do that. Government has given a framework. It's also now equally the corporate responsibility and where CHROs have to take the lead in now, holding it further and running with it, with the entire ecosystem which the government is going to provide us with the right infrastructure and the right schemes, and really help in boosting the skill development as well as the employment generation over here.
I would like to bring you
Other,
in.
the point slightly unrelated to this is that given the scope and the focus of digitization in India and abroad or in all organizations, I think we need to look at the job landscape in our respective organizations, saying that which jobs will change, which jobs will be created, and which jobs will not be there in a time frame. So we need to work on that and say prepare people for the jobs that will be created and the jobs where there will be heavy impact but adjustable. The jobs that may not be there, I think we need to get people out of the jobs as early as possible. There's no point in coming to that point in, let's say, year time or 24 months time and say that, oh my God, this person is not suitable for that. So that's where one area where CHROs need to take a very proactive steps.
Right.
Savi, another point I'd like to add here is, the government's push for things like girls' hostel and STEM, self-help, entrepreneur, maths, are also making diversity, equity, and inclusion a crucial metric for the government. And thereby, I think while CHROs have been trying to drive that mandate, it now is further supported by several actions the government's taken in the current budget. So it then completely falls upon the CHRO that thereby DEI is not a metric which is a good to have. It is a business priority like everything else. And now with the government also giving us more means, it brings things like DEI also completely to the fray, further adding to the challenges or the duties and responsibilities of the CHRO.
Well, we started on a happy note, but my last question would also conclude this session. I would like all of you to give a rating out of 10 as to how you viewed the budget this year and also what were the missed opportunities and what could have been done better. Mr. Sharma, we'll start with you.
So on a scale of 10, if you were to say, I'll still give it 9. I'll still say it's a great budget. And one of the key things which I really loved in this budget, apart from other things what we just discussed, is also about the focus on mental health. Now, we saw government announcing the fact that they're going to focus on mental health, set up one new NIMHANS. We only have one mental health institute in the country, setting up the second one, enhancing, increasing the capabilities in other of the existing centers also. I think that's a very important piece which is currently plaguing the workforce. So that's a great piece. The only area why I would deduct it 1 mark instead of 10 is the fact that I think the government should also considering the fact that we do see situations of layoffs, we do see situations of companies, people losing their jobs due to various reasons, various corporate actions. I think we do need to have some kind of a social security system also available, like we have in some of the Western countries, where if you're not working, there is a system which is helping you take care of that. I think that's one piece which I would say, if there is one idea which I would say that's something which would be good for the government to also look at it and support those people who are through some social security system, who are losing their jobs due to some corporate action happening due to layoffs as such. But otherwise, that's, I would say, 9 out of 10.
9 is a very high rating. Mr. Nair, what would be your rating?
So I would give it about, I'll also give it about 9 actually. The only one area where I would have probably, there are 2 areas where probably we could have focused more. One is to actually fuel entrepreneurship. Okay, we could have actually given some soaps for tax benefits for ESOP, and how it's actually, what are the tax, because right now ESOP is taxed in different ways, and the person, when he exercises that and sells it, there are points of taxation which could have been changed for the better for employees, because ESOPs is a very important tool for compensation as far as startup ecosystem is concerned. Okay. The second area where I would find probably the government is focused on it, everything can't be put in one budget, of course, we know that, is the longevity of life is increasing. And, we should not get into the current many countries like Japan and European Union are facing, wherein the population that is working is supporting the population that is actually supporting a larger population which is on pension. Okay, and many countries are having this debates: what should be the right retirement age? Okay, so maybe the government should in future focus on that at this stage, so that we don't get into this problem 10 years from now.
Right.
So
Thank
a
you,
step in that direction could have been taken in this budget, but maybe they planned it for the future.
Right. Ms. Pandey.
Yeah, so I would give the budget, I would say about an 8. And one or two areas where I definitely agree with Amit. I think in a country like ours, which is of course fast growing, but in the event of a layoff, what kind of social security medical benefits could at least continue for people who face timings when they don't have a job. And the second is, I think more SOPs, they want to encourage more women to work. They want to encourage schemes like Girls Hostel, but some amount of exceptional tax rebates to the working woman population will further ensure increase in the workforce participation of women. So those would be my two bits.
Thank you for sharing that. So Budget 2026 has made one thing clear, which is that India's future of work will not be decided by policy alone, but by organizations reimagining talent, learning, and leadership. Thank you for joining us today and for this wonderful conversation and taking out time to join us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks, everyone. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you. I will now hand over to my colleague, Ms. Resham Sohail. She's the Senior Editorial Lead for BW Disrupt, and she will talk about the changes made for startups. Thank you, Resham, and all the best.
Thank you so much, Savi. It was an insightful session, of course, where we talked about the workforce and their policies and what comes next. Now, to introduce my next panel, we will be talking with the founders across sectors. I have with me Mr. Deepak Agrawal, who is co-founder at Moneybox, and joining me is also Mayank Gupta, who is co-founder of Zopper. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining in. It has been now 2 complete days of listening to Budget Decoding. Now is the time that I get to speak to founders. Yesterday, I had a panel discussion with extensive, eminent panel with VC investors to decode what they read the budget like. Now I'm coming to you quickly and to take your initial reactions to the budget, though it's been many, many hours since the budget is out, but still your quick initial reactions to the budget in a minute. Deepak, to you.
No, budget has been nice. I think the biggest thing I would like to mention is the increase in STT. That is one thing I'm most happy about. Last year it was, taking on this, things like Dream 11 and all. I think speculation should be stopped, which is really draining the youth in India. So I'm really happy about that one decision. But overall, it is a nice balanced budget. There are many things. The rest is all on execution. But overall,
Wonderfully
it's nice.
summed up. Wonderfully summed up, Mayank. Your quick reaction and one thing that you love the most.
Yeah, Resham, I think last 2-3 years, the government has motivated a lot of people to become founders, start on their own. They have rolled out a lot of schemes for people to start new ventures. But this year, I think the focus was on bringing efficiency to those ventures who are growing. And therefore, host of initiatives that we will discuss in this discussion were rolled out by the finance minister that will help startups in growing faster in a more efficient manner, breaking the bureaucracy and diplomacy that they might be chasing or facing in the country. So very welcoming and innovative measures being declared by the finance minister in this budget.
When we look at startups as a sector or a headline, that was a clear miss in the budget. There was the quietest space when FM was announcing the budget. But the major highlight that MSMEs got was the capital outlay and another top up of 2,000 crore. That is something that's encouraging for all MSMEs across sectors. How do you evaluate the long-term impact of this capital that this will 100% encourage MSMEs in deeper towns? Another announcement that was focused on cities' economic development. That was another encouraging point that I picked up from the budget. Deepak, your take on this?
I think on all fronts it is good. So infrastructure, which you said, especially in tier 2 and tier 3 towns, this will lead to more entrepreneurship generation, more employment generation as a whole. But even otherwise, there are a lot of steps taken, in terms of capital. Like, we are speaking about this SME growth fund, which was earlier, in earlier avatar, it was with SIDBI. Now they are talking again of a 10,000 crore fund, which is very good for startups. And even otherwise, I would say that government is doing a lot, in terms of multiple startup schemes which are there with bank debt and all. So yeah, so capital efficiency will come in, and capital support will come from this 10,000 crore fund as well.
Yes, after Mayank's comments, we will 100% get into the details and to spot the gaps. Where was this? Mayank, your quick take on how do we look at MSMEs growing and that particular announcement that happened?
Yeah, I think the 10,000 crore rupee corpus announced by the government is a first in so many years, and it will definitely encourage these champion SMEs, the name that has been given, to acquire more funds and grow faster. I think two more things which stood out for me were, very unique. One is that a lot of buying from MSMEs will now be routed through the TREADS platform. It has been made mandatory, which means that any collection that MSMEs have to do from their vendors will come on time now. This will reduce their working capital requirements significantly, and MSMEs will be, able to supply larger orders because they will now have guarantee of the cash inflow. And other thing which I really liked is that the lower TDS certificate will now be given automatically. So a lot of money, of people, of companies gets blocked in TDS because when a vendor is paying to you, they deduct 10% and they pay you 90%. Now, if you're operating in a business, especially in manufacturing, if your margin is less than 10%, then you are actually burning cash on every sale. So the more you sell, the more money you need to block. But if the lower tax withholding certificate is given by default on the income tax portal, then this 10% comes down to maybe 1% or 0.1%, which means that suddenly from a negative cash, you become a positive cash company. And even if you are operating at a thin margin, you are trading at 2, 3, 4% margin, you still generate cash on every trade that you do, which will actually change the dynamics of any business or MSME or SME who is in a trading business. So think about all the D2C brands and B2B suppliers who are starting out. For them, these two things will be a boon, much bigger than any equity funding or debt funding can create for them.
I somewhat agree to your explanation, and this 100% will come up and action as a catalyst for many platforms. Now, from your founders' lens, both of you gentlemen, we think that founders were looking at many more demands answered, but that was the gap that we see in the budget this time. Now, even if the FM mentioned startups in a lesser number of times in her speech, but what do you think about this? Is this a deprioritization, or do you think this is a perspective of how to look at startups? Is it because the ecosystem is now at a mature level? How do you look at it? Which side are you on? Anyone can take up.
Okay, so I think it's okay not to mention startup because the theme, the spirit is that MSC Growth Fund has come. So and even on debt, there is a lot of support for the starting businesses. So ideally, I think anything which is fundable, because the private market funds are available, and with this government, new support coming in, anything which is with proven track record is becomes fundable. So I think that's in the right direction. And as Mayank said, that on this trades platform where your money gets stuck, especially while doing your business with the government companies, which is specifically, and they are bringing CGT SME also into this. So this is something last year also it changed, wherein government is guaranteeing the funds, at a reasonable cost. Funding to, unsecured funding has become relatively easier because of these guarantee programs. Now this is introduced to trades also. So it will make some change in terms of liquidity generation.
Mayank, your take, how
Yeah.
do you look at it? Is this a deprioritization, or it is something that is connected to the environment right now that minister is looking at from a lens of maturing ecosystem? How do you look at it?
I think two things, Resham. One is that, when the government looks at any policy making or any initiative that they do, they look at it from a broad-based perspective. It has to be utilitarian. It cannot be, focused to a niche. So if you look at two startups, one that is growing fast, burning money, versus another one which is growing slower but still generating profit and employment, the government will look at it, the second startup more favorably than the first one, because the first one concentrates wealth, whereas the second one is distributing wealth. And the government will always look at more and more wealth distribution rather than making some people billionaires. So therefore, I think the use of SME and MSME is more relevant than the use of the word startup in the FM speech. And even for the so-called startups, that the venture world that we live in, I think there are a host of welcome initiatives announced. For example, the income tax on SaaS and IT businesses has been defined at a standard percentage of 15.5%. The export duty for manufacturing startups has been reduced. The cappings on courier that you can do outside the country for export companies has been removed. Earlier, I think it was a very small number, 10, 20 lakh rupees. And the two things that I mentioned earlier, the trades platform and the lower withholding certificate, it will help every startup across the board, because working capital remains to be a very huge investment for any new organization. So I think I wouldn't read too much into the usage of the word startup. I wouldn't call it deprioritization. In fact, I would lean to agree with Deepak that this calls for the maturity in the startup or venture ecosystem in the country, that both the startups are expected to become profitable, sustainable, and meaningful. And the government is also doing its best to drive the agenda of efficiency and ease of doing business for the country. If we have to become Atmanirbhar, and if we have to, achieve the 2047 vision, then I would say more smaller startups are required rather than few large startups or unicorns. And I think government is acting in that direction only.
And this is fair enough. You
Practically
explained it
also,
well.
yeah, and practically also, even earlier when you used to call startups, whether it is a SIDBI fund, whether it is, if you want to take from, bank, debt from bank, the startup debt, every time, you have to prove your cash flow generation capability. So even earlier, it was like a sustainable business model, whenever you have to sort funding from SIDBI or government banks. So I think that continues broadly. But bringing in 10,000 crores and these things, like wherever you say that, for example, in a BPO, a company is coming in India, there was lot of fight regarding, when you are say 400, 500 crore of revenue generation, which lot of global centers, captive centers today generate. The fight goes on for 25-24% net margins, which is now bought at 15.5. This also gives a huge fillip to employment to some extent, because now with AI, there is more realization that the tax needs to be reduced, at least on this side.
I somewhat agree with both of you because this clearly is the movement towards the foundation building rather than giving you a headline grabbing announcements or capital outlay for startups. One thing that I was expecting in the budget was some announcement to give a movement for domestic capital for startups. That was according to me was a miss somehow. But in the coming times, I think this will have some moment, or maybe we can expect an announcement later. I cannot assure you on that, but that was a miss, I think. with this, I want to come to both of you to discuss some of the gaps, some of the missed opportunities that we assessed after the budget. To you, Mayank.
Yeah, Risham, I think if I talk about my expectations and what got missed in this budget, or probably the expectations of the government, I think the entire ESOP taxation has been a talk of the town for quite a number of years. And just like the government has brought in the new regime of income tax, and every year they have made the new regime more attractive. Similarly, if they can bring reforms in the employee stock option policy over the next 2 to 3 years, it will actually encourage more and more people to trade their fixed salary for stocks and make the most of the growth of the company that they're about to, that they contribute towards. Today, it's unfortunate that whenever an employee is exercising their ESOP, they have to pay tax without having liquidity. So even though your money is still on paper and you are still betting on a good outcome of your startup becoming successful, you have to pay the tax upfront whenever you are exercising your options. And because of this constraint, a lot of employees who leave a company after 2, 3, 4 years, they don't even exercise their options, even though they may have earned them. And they don't exercise because they have to pay a very heavy tax. So this becomes a self-destructive instrument, because if I don't have money, I can't pay tax. Therefore, I don't buy ESOPs, and therefore I can't sell them. Therefore, I can't earn the upside, and therefore I'm not interested with ESOPs. If this can be simplified and the tax on ESOP becomes payable only when you earn money, then I think it will unlock a lot of hidden potential of ESOP and make startup employment as lucrative as any other sector and attract high quality talent to startups. So that would be one expectation that I would have from the government, that in the coming time, they should ease up the ESOP taxation.
Of course, this was the one demand that certainly remained unanswered. Deepak, what is your say on the missed opportunities in the budget?
See, personally, from the NBFC perspective, one of the biggest thing which could come is that today a lot of DFIs, the international investors who want to invest debt in India, they are not able to because of the withholding tax. So because the cost becomes expensive. So today, these days, when in spite of decline in repo rate, you will see that MFIs and small NBFCs find it challenging to get funds from banks, and those tenors are limited. So when RBI says do more and more secured loans, when you come to secured loan, it becomes a tenor of 10 years. But Indian banks or NBFCs don't have the capability to do more than 4 or 5 years. It's very, very rare. Even with the private sector bank, don't want to take a longer term bet, which DFIs and impact funds can take. But because of withholding tax being high, their cost becomes expensive. Anyway, the premium to hedge against dollar is high. So this is one thing which can easily be taken away in terms of withholding tax, and it can really improve the liquidity in the system.
Understood. Fair point. And because we have been talking about budget as a foundational move, all of the announcements kind of support startups, be it about semiconductor 2.0, many announcements on the manufacturing front, a lot of the talks on mental health, a lot of institutions being set. Another big announcement was Orange Economy. These announcements, logistics, freight movement you mentioned about, and also highways, corridors building. These all in all gives a huge space for startups to build and come up with innovative solutions across sectors. Now, another point that a lot of experts pointed out, saying we were expecting a capital outlay specific to AI. Was that something that you were also looking forward to?
Yeah, I think there was a small but meaningful announcement done for AI. I think about 500 crores were allocated for expansion of AI usage in agriculture and allied areas. And I would also touch upon that, startups do not operate in isolation. Startups operate as part of the overall economy. So, for example, if the government is saying that we will have special fund for tier 2 and tier 3 cities development, and we will invest 5,000 crore rupees per city, that actually opens up a lot of opportunities for startups to engage with that new economic offshoot, which will start there, economic activity that will start there, and opens up new avenues, new market, new consumption patterns, new supply chain, logistics, construction, manufacturing patterns
100%.
there.
100%.
So I think when we are looking at the budget from a startup or a founder's perspective, we should not restrict the thinking, or a founder should not restrict the thinking only to those initiatives which are categorically announced for startup. I think as a founder, I look at the growing ecosystem in the country, the growing consumption in the country, and the enablers that government is pushing to enable a lot of activity. For example, if high-speed train corridors are being created, I was hearing one of the speeches of Mr. Ashwini Vaibhav yesterday, and he was saying that you can travel from Bangalore to Chennai to Hyderabad to Pune all in 1 hour, 1 hour, 30 minutes, 45 minutes. I think this also will positively impact any startup operating in those regions and also in those sectors. Because if the connectivity is improved, then your ability to do business, your ability to do logistics, your ability to attract talent, all of those abilities increase. So while there are primary initiatives targeted towards startups, which one can look at, but the secondary order benefits of the overall budget and economic growth should also be taken into account and should not be, I would say, ignored.
Thank you for this explanation, and this really helped to sum up really well. But before we actually close, Deepak, your concluding remarks.
So I would agree with what Mayank said. See, from government, the expectation is you get better water, you get better air, you get, better infrastructure on all terms. So, something like AI can be taken care of by the entrepreneurs as long as you have the ground, better hospitalization, health, education. If government can take care of all the basic things, I think, startups or, corporations can handle AI and all the tech areas. So that's the basic. As long as government handles the basic things, we will get it right.
I mean, on this note, we are now at the close of the session. I must thank you for making time for this and this insightful discussions. Thank you so much, Deepak and Mayank, for joining in.
Thank you. Thank you so much for the invite.
Thank you, Resham, for calling us.
Now, listeners, this brings us to the end of a long 2-day session and back-to-back panel conversations. I believe Union Budget 2026-27 was not designed to win applause in the moment. It was designed to set direction, framed around 3 kartavyas: accelerate and sustain growth, fulfill aspirations, and ensure Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman made it very clear that this will be an year of consolidation and capability building. The budget's central message is unmistakable. India will grow by building capacity, not by consuming its way forward. Infrastructure remains the backbone: rail, logistics, urban clusters, connectivity. The state continues to do the heavy lifting. Manufacturing certainly emerges as the real headline, even without headline grabbing theatrics. The government is quietly recalibrating its approach, as economic surveys also emphasized, moving away from loud self-reliance slogans towards strategic resilience. Semiconductor, electronics, defense, rare earth, chemicals, biopharma, these are no longer treated as optional sectors, but as critical national capabilities. Of course, MSME, we talked about, are described in the survey as the employment spine of the economy, are pulled closer into the global value chains through credit access, clusters, and of course, compliance easing. However, this budget also carries its silences, some gaps, some missed opportunities. Startups looking for bold tax relief or deeper capital incentives was underwhelming. Consumers hoping for quick relief in an inflation-squeezed year found very little to celebrate. Even markets read parts of the budget as tactical, at times unpredictable. This was certainly not a feel-good budget, so to say, and I think that appears deliberate. Finance Minister's argument is that the real dividends lie over decades, not quarters. Fiscal discipline remains intact, consolidation stays on track, and the government resists the temptation to trade credibility for applause. The bet is clear: strong foundations first and rewards later. Execution will be the final judge, of course, the translation of announcements into productivity and impact. But in the intent and architecture, this budget aligns tightly with India's longer march toward economic power and resilience. It may not excite today, but it is 100% and clearly written for India 2047 as a developed nation. The next 12 months will test its resolve. Until then, keep watching. See you at the next budget on BW Business World. Thank you so much.
Thank you.